sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong, and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows.
Hello, hello, hello. Can y'all hear me? Sisterhood of the chat. Yo, I love them songs. I can't get enough. Shout out to the lunch lady. She wrote all of our songs, y'all, before it became a thing on YouTube's. On the YouTubes. Before it became a thing on the tubes, y'all. The lunch lady got tired of me playing the StreamYard songs. and started writing music. Well, I think she was writing music long before she ever met me, but she started writing them for the channel. So shout out to her. Thank you, Lunch Lady. We love our Lunch Lady. Hello, everybody. MJD, Jazz, hello. Good to see you, Tashi. Hello, the real Tashi. Good to see everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Listen, I just have to ask for a little bit of forgiveness, a little bit of forgiveness here because, listen, I do the best that I can. Hi, Possum. Real life stuff, y'all. Real life is going on. My life is just blowing up. I'm having a midlife crisis. It's terrible. And I'm hoping this is the last one. I feel like I've been through about 5. But I'm hoping this is the last one. You know, baby child, my baby, y'all, is graduating from college on May 2nd. He is finished with everything. He's done. He's completely done. And I've been struggling a little bit with that. But I'll get through it. He's number 5. But he was he this is going to sound weird to say this, but he was the blessing baby. He was the one I said, never having any more kids. Like, I'm just done having kids. I don't want to have any more kids. And then I met Beefcake and begged me to have a kid. And I was like, man, I had 3 kids by the time I was 18 years old. I thought, I was on my way out. I had a 16, 17, and an 18-year-old. And I was, just got out of a pretty bad marriage. And Beefcake just, for those that are new around here, Beefcake is my husband. I've always called him that. And he begged me to have a baby. And I was like, you know what? Okay. I was like, and I did. And it was the greatest thing that happened to me in that time of my life. And he's been nothing but a joy to all of us in our family. So I kind of started over. Like I said, I was just, my older 4 were on their way, they were young adults and older teenagers. And then here came little baby Chow, and he was a complete joy to his brothers and sisters. And he's made every one of us very, very, very proud. So that's been a little bit difficult. That, and he is just moving a state over. He got him a job, so he's going to do that. I'm just sitting here chilling for a minute, talking to y'all. Okay, it's been a while since I've just sat here and talked to y'all. And usually I just get right into it, but I just don't feel like complaining. So just chill with me and listen, and let's get some antacids because y'all, I'm telling you, my heart's going beep, 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 beep. That's what it feels like. It's like I keep having these heart palpitations, and it's just stress. So I'm going to start eating. Oh, guys, tragedy's happening. We've only got 3, 6, 9.5. Oh, for the love of God, I usually eat about 25 in one sitting with y'all. This isn't going to get me through an hour. Shit, I got to get more. But anyways, that and some other personal things going on with another one of my kids, and it's just a lot. And I just found out that my mother-in-law is not moving to Ohio like she told us she was going to. Y'all, listen, if you've been around my channel long enough, you know the ups and downs of the mother-in-law. I love her dearly. So now the whole house, I'm supposed to be selling my house this year and getting my dream 100-year-old farmhouse that I want. And well, looks like all that's changed up too, because now I have to figure out how we do this with moving mom-in-law back in. but I'll figure it out. So there's a lot going on. So I just want to apologize for not being around like I was. I mean, I was doing so good a couple weeks ago, and then, you know, stuff happened, and here we are. But we're going to try to get back to it, and you know, that's that. We're going to have a week, the week that he is graduating. That's going to be a tough week for me because all of the family is coming to town. And where do you think most of them are staying? Yeah. Y'all, I'm telling you, this is where all the heart palpitations is coming from right here. Anyways, shout out to Tashi. I don't know if she's still in chat, but she had mentioned to me about the 3 kids' bodies that were found over in Memphis. And I really hadn't paid attention to much that was going on. I've been selfish with my life and just doing me. And then when she said that, I was like, what happened? And I checked into it. I just started doing some research. And then these names of these 3 young boys were floating around. And first I tried to do a checkup of like what kids around Tennessee that were like brothers or siblings, close, that went missing in an age together, right? Because they gave us about an age limit that these children were, and I couldn't find anything. And then I ended up finding some stuff on the Skelton Brothers. That was the name that was going around. Everybody was really, really hopeful that these 3 sibling boys that went missing, that these were the 3 boys that were found. So I went looking for them, and come to find out, they're saying that they don't believe that those are the 3 boys. So I thought, what's going on with these 3 boys? So then I went down those 3 boys, I went down that whole thing. And then I was like, well, we're going to talk about it. So here we are, and that's what we're doing. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you'll do me a favor and just hit the thumbs up for me, I appreciate it so much. That's all I ever ask. We're going to eventually get back to the Letitia Stout trial. You guys, I have not forgotten about it. I have been watching that one. Nothing has come out yet as far as her being moved yet, or what is what's the new timeline on that, what we're doing. Nothing has come out. So here we are. We're here with the Skelton boys. I don't know if you guys heard about this case. I had never heard about it. This is all Tashi's fault, because Tashi talked to me about these 3 kids that were found over in Memphis, and then those names came up, and then I went down this way, and here we are. So we're going to talk about it a little bit, and then we're going to get into the Skelton boys that went missing. I have not heard either. I didn't hear either. This is all Tashi's fault, and I'm blaming her. But it's a good one, and it's a sad one, and they're still not found. They're still not found. So their mother had to go to court for the 3 Skelton boys, and have them legally declared dead. After she did that, then, because her ex-husband was in, my heart is just going beat. If I go silent, get in touch with someone who's got Beefcake's phone number so you guys can call him. Oh, just means that I'm passing out from my freaking heart. But anyhow, let's do this. Let's talk about the 3 children that they found recently in Memphis that started me down this avenue with the Skelton brothers. Okay, so let's talk about them. And how we're going to do it is I'm going to let the police themselves talk about it. And then you guys have to watch your ears though, because I can't control your volume. So we're going to find out what happened over there. And then this is going to lead up to how we got to the Skelton brothers, which is, the whole thing is just very, very sad, you guys. It's, I mean, these kids, like, who does it? Why? You got 3 kids that the police are saying have been out there for a couple of years. Why have they not been? Why isn't anybody looking for them? Why did they quit looking for them? who are they? Who are these kids? Now, do I have a am I to believe that they won't be found? I don't believe that. I think they're going to do DNA. I think they're going to find out exactly who they are, and whoever's kids these are, they need to fry because obviously they haven't been reported missing. All right, so watch your guys' ears. I'm going to turn this on, and we'll find out exactly what's going on. Before we do that, let me do this part over here so I don't get in trouble. I have to be very, very careful, you guys, because I've already got a strike for something I played a week ago. And so I have to keep my nose clean for 3 months, or else my channel can get taken down. And I have worked way too hard on this channel to let it get taken down at this stage in its life. So let me go ahead and shout out to YouTube that my fair use disclaimer is running through the top of my my screen. Fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So don't come at me. And I'm sure one of my mods would not mind floating that through chat for us as well. All right, y'all watch your ears. I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. Let's find out what's going over in Memphis with these 3 children that were found. My source, you guys, is Fox 13 coming out of Memphis, and this was broadcasted on April 22nd. All right, so here we go, y'all.
Okay.
Like they'll come today.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Not so good afternoon. What you are seeing today alongside Ridge Meadow Parkway is a planned and coordinated search operation associated with an ongoing investigation that began in early March, where human remains were found in a heavily vegetated area near Ridgeway and Ridge Meadow Parkway. It's very close in proximity to where we are right now. At this time, there is no indication of any active threat to our public. Let me make that clear before I go on. This search operation involves approximately 170 personnel led by the Memphis Police Department's Homicide Unit and is being conducted in collaboration with the Medical Examiner's Office with assistance from our federal, state, and local partners. Those agencies include the FBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the Memphis Fire Department, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Search and Rescue, and the Shelby County Homeland Security Emergency Management. At this time, I want to talk to you through the facts as we know them right now. This investigation began on March 8, 2026, when officers responded to a suspicious person call in the 3400 block of Ridge Meadow Parkway. An anonymous caller reported a possible human skull near a wooded area. Responding officers located what appeared to be a human skull at the edge of the woods. Due to the limited lighting conditions at that time, a more extensive search was scheduled for the following day. On March 9th, officers and personnel from the Medical Examiner's Office returned to continue the search. On March 10th, investigators, along with the Medical Examiner's Office and Shelby County Search and Rescue, conducted a more thorough canvass of the area. During that search, cadaver canine units alerted to a nearby drainage pipe, indicating the possible presence of additional human remains. On March 16th, investigators worked with the City of Memphis Drain Maintenance Division to inspect that drainage system. A camera system was used to examine the interior of the pipes based on those prior canine alerts. On April 1st, investigators assessed the drainage system from a nearby location and located what appeared to be an additional skull. On April 2nd, search teams conducted another coordinated canvass of the area, which resulted in the recovery of 14 additional bones consistent with human remains. At this time, based on the remains recovered, and the initial analysis by the medical examiner's office, we can confirm that the remains are believed to be those of 3 individuals estimated to be between the ages of 3 and 7. Identification is ongoing, and we are working to determine these individuals' identities as well as the circumstances surrounding their deaths. What you're seeing today is a continuation of those efforts. Our goal today is to conduct a thorough and methodical search of the area for additional evidence that will assist in identifying the deceased. Our staff, along with the other resources and partners, have been here since 6 a.m. this morning. This coordinated search is focused on a defined area along Ridge Meadow Parkway between Ridgeway Road and Winchester Road, where investigators are conducting a systematic grid search. The size of this response reflects the scope of the search area and our commitment to being thorough and not the presence of any immediate danger. This remains an active and ongoing investigation. We are following the evidence wherever it leads and will continue to work closely with our partners throughout this entire process. We understand that this information is very difficult and deeply concerning to all of us. We want to reassure the public that there is no indication of any active threat at this time, and we are taking a careful and methodical approach to ensure this investigation is handled thoroughly and respectfully. Anyone with information is encouraged to contact Crime Stoppers at 901-528-2274. Not in my prepared remarks is a comment that I would like to make, in that somebody knows where these children have come from. Someone knows of missing children in this area. This is heartbreaking. It's disturbing. This time we have numerous resources to help us to identify these young people and bring closure to this investigation. I also have with me Pastor Stacy Spencer, who is the pastor of New Direction. Want to make sure I had the church name right, of New Direction Church, which is a very active church in this community and whose property is adjacent. At this time, I'll let our community leader, Pastor Spencer, to provide comments, and also Virginia Stallworth, who is the director of the Child Advocacy Center. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chief Davis. First, I want to say to our congregation, our neighbors, and this entire community, we see you. We feel what you're feeling, and we are standing with you in this moment. I was honored to stand alongside Chief Davis and the men and women of the Memphis Police Department, as well as our federal partners, as they continue their critical work. I want to be clear about why I'm here today. I'm here as a pastor. I'm here as a neighbor, and I'm here to speak to the heart of what this community needs right now. The safety of every person who walks through our doors, every family on our block, and every child in this community is and has always been our highest priority. We are fully cooperating with law enforcement. We are making our campus available to investigators, and we will continue to do whatever is asked of us so that those responsible are held accountable and so that this community can begin to heal. We have been in close communication with the Memphis Police Department and the FBI throughout this process. Law enforcement professionals are leading this investigation, and I will leave all matters related to the investigation in their capable and qualified hands. What I can speak of is the spirit of this community. I've watched neighbors clean up this neighborhood. I've watched our congregation mentor children and young people throughout 25 years. I've seen people pray together on sidewalks. That is who we are in Hickory Hill. That has always been who we are, and that will not change. Specifically, please know that our leadership team at New Direction is available to you. If you are struggling, if you are frightened, if you are grieving, you do not have to carry that alone. We are at the church, and the church shows up. We will have more information to share with our congregation throughout our normal communication channels. Until then, I ask that we remain prayerful, that we trust the process, and that we look after one another. Thank you.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but at Grand Canyon University, we...
On this very sad occasion, when we have tragically lost 3 young children, we gather here with community and our partners to bear witness. The Memphis Child Advocacy Center works in close partnership with MPD as part of our Shelby County Child Protective Investigation Team. Every day, this team works together to prevent abuse and to secure safety, healing, and justice for victimized kids. In the face of this heartbreaking loss, we are asking the community to come together to look out for our kids. In Tennessee, all adults are legally and morally responsible to report suspicions of child abuse. If you suspect a child is being abused, make that report to law enforcement or Child Protective Services. Let us intervene before the worst happens. Today, we are thinking of these 3 unidentified children who should still be here with us today, and we are hoping for answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we're open for any questions that you may have.
Do we know the race of the children?
At this time, the race of these young people have not been confirmed.
How long have they been out there? I know you guys started the investigation, but right now, preliminary.
Just based on the information that we're getting from the medical examiners and the anthropologists and the scientists that are working with us, we're thinking a few years.
And how long will you guys be in that area? You guys are still out there.
Yes, and we are still working. We plan to be here until we feel like we have covered every square inch of this area that could potentially be part of this crime scene. So we could be here for some more hours this evening. Of course, as it gets darker, we're hoping to close this investigation at least here at this crime scene sometime this evening.
Now, last week or within the past few weeks when the forensic team was initially out there was some interest by the family Juan Lewis in Alabama who've been missing, the realtor who've been missing. Concerns that the remains could be, does this give you any more hope, or what is your direction now in that case?
Well, we do know that there have been no reports. That was the first thing that the Memphis Police Department did. We conducted a review of all of our recent missing persons reports. And anytime we have young people, especially of this age, that are missing, we do an Amber Alert. So we knew that this individual was not, or these individuals were not persons that were reported out of our area. At this particular time, we're going to follow every inch of this investigation, no stone unturned, to just look at the possibilities. These individuals could be from somewhere not from this city, but we are looking at all of the elements of the investigation.
Was there anything else at the scene? I know you said they were from further out.
Your ancestors' lives are just a search away.
I'm in the new product zone with David Rames from Midea, and we are here to find out about their new products.
Here, clothing, shoes, stuff like that. Any other identifiers by chance?
We have not discovered any other elements, only bone fragments at this time.
Are you guys looking at any other scenes at this time?
No, this particular investigation is in this controlled environment.
Jared Thomas will action those 5 here. Is this area being considered a dumping ground based off what you guys have found here?
I don't think so. As Pastor Spencer said, there has been a lot of work done in this particular community to clean the community up, a lot of activity. We don't feel like this particular, this area of Shrub has been a dumping ground, so to speak. Obviously a place where these young remains were hidden. Yes.
Have you guys determined the cause of death yet?
No, not at this time.
Earlier you mentioned that this call began with suspicious persons report. Can you tell us more about what that call was like?
Well, actually, an individual in the community was just taking a walk. They were having a walk with their dog, and they they stumble upon what they thought could have been human remains or remains of an animal, and just called the police. And after further investigation, it was determined that what they found was human remains.
When the forensic team realized it was children, how did that hit you?
Well, it always, anytime we find an individual who is deceased in our community that belongs to somebody, it's always a somber moment. It's even more somber when it is our children, young people that belong to somebody, that belong to some community. And even though their lives have been silent, their voices have been silenced, we plan to be the voice and the advocates for all of our children in our community, and we will continue this investigation as long as we continue to have leads to find out what occurred with these young people. If there are no more questions, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank the mayor's office for having representation, council, the Shelby County Sheriff's Department, all of these entities that stand with me today, that are partners and stakeholders for a safe community. We just really appreciate their support, because we could not have gotten the progress that we've gotten, and especially from our medical examiner's office to be right here in the middle of this to help navigate us through this. So thank you all very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. Listen, we're going over the Hi Detour. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, love bug. We're going over the case that just sadly was found. The 3 kids' skeletal remains in Memphis, Tennessee were found. A mod of mine is the one that brought it to my attention, and I started looking into it. When I started looking into it, Hi Night Slasher, when I started looking into it, I ended up finding some kids whose names were being associated with the skeletal remains, and it sent me down a whole different area away from away from these kids, because authorities are saying that the names that are sticking out are the Skelton Brothers and the Skelton. Sorry about Skeleton. Forgive me. Skelton Brothers. Those names were being put out there that hopefully these were the remains of them, but they're not. So, well, as of right now, they're not. So that sent me down there. So we're going to talk about them, and that made me want to know exactly what happened to the Skelton Brothers, but I still wanted to bring awareness to what was going on with these skeletal remains there in Memphis, Tennessee as well. I want to show you guys this too. I want to show you guys the map. Give me just a second here, you guys. I'm going to bring this map up and show you where we're going to look at where the remains were found. Can you guys, let me make sure you guys can see this on yours. I'm going to make it as big as what I can. I realize on this format, it's really hard for you guys to see, but I will zoom in so you guys can see what we're talking about. Pardon me. So let me just back up just a little. Well, let me scroll in because you guys cannot see what we're talking about. So after doing a little bit of research, it said that the remains were found, y'all, in the Hickory Hill addition. Now, if you guys bring it up yourself, or if you guys can even see, this is a well-populated area, very, very populated. So then I went a little bit deeper to find out exactly where these kids were found at, where that lady was walking, so it says that she was walking her dog on Ridge Meadow Parkway. So this is the parkway right here, you guys. It's a very, very small let's just see. Let me see how let's see how big this road is. Hold on. Um, all right, so from here, if you guys can see my cursor, from right here at the beginning of this road all the way to right here, it just kind of curves around like that, right? So you guys, we're looking at 1/3 of a mile. 1/3 of a mile. This road is right here. She said that the police officer, you guys, said that these remains have been out here for years, at least, right? This is a little square. We also know that the dogs, the cadaver dogs hit on a culvert. So what had happened was this lady was out walking her dog on this road, Ridge Meadow Parkway, and she thought she saw what looked to be like a human skull. Okay. So then the police were called, and of course, that's sadly what it turned out to be. They brought in cadaver dogs because, you know, we need to find the rest of them. And the cadaver dogs hit on what they say is a drainage pipe. I'm thinking like a culvert or something like that. And sadly, they found the remains total of 3 children between the ages of 3 and 7. I was trying to get in here deep to see. We know that it is a wooded area just from looking at where the police were and where they were digging and stuff. And I thought maybe there should be water if it was a drainage area, but I don't see any of it. And I'm not exactly sure. I haven't done enough on it yet to find out exactly which area they were looking in. But I just wanted to be able to show you just a little bit about where they're talking about. So it is on this amount, this little road here. And y'all, I mean, it has to be in this area right here is where I would think possibly this area. I mean, because this is just a big, let's see, that's a parking lot. And this looks like, well, maybe that's what that is. Is that dried up water there? Is that a place for like, oh, it is. It's a place for runoff water. So it has to be in here somewhere. And this is a house or a business or something right there. So I'm thinking this is a runoff water place right here. So the remains must have been found, and I will keep looking to be sure. Either on this side, because I'm thinking this is where the runoff is. Over here on this side or down into here. Okay, I will keep looking that up and try to find out more information for us. But the saddest thing is, I mean, it doesn't matter if these kids were missing a week or if they've been missing for 3 years. They're not in the database. Nobody reported these kids. 3 kids. Nobody's reported them missing. Why? I'm just gonna believe, you guys, that DNA is gonna bring whoever did this to justice, because the first people we need to be looking at is their parents. Absolutely. So let's get out of that map for just a minute. Let me get back over here to chat. Hope everybody's doing good. Thank you guys so much for being here. Would you do me a favor and just hit the thumbs up for me? And then during my research of trying to figure out, there is 107 missing boys. Now, why they're only calling them boys when it's skeletal, I don't know. The police officers didn't say that, but on all the socials that I've been looking at, they're calling them boys. So I just looked up the boys that were missing. There's over 107 that are missing that have been reported in the state of Tennessee right now. So we don't even know if these kids are siblings or not. Don't know. But when you imagine them being that close in age, 3 years to 7 years old, you would imagine that they would be related in some way. So when I was looking through all the socials and trying to pull stuff up, like I said, this other case came up about the missing Skelton boys. The 3 boys around the same age that went missing. So I wanted to see what everybody was saying about that, because I was like, oh, good, they're found. Maybe we found them. No, we didn't. So let me bring this up for you guys, and then we're gonna well, give me just a second. Let me not get ahead of myself here. All right, let's do this, because this is where, hold on. This is where it's saying that they're pretty sure these are not the missing Skelton boys' remains that are being found. All right, you guys have to watch your own ears, okay? I can't control your volume. I can only control it from here. All right, let me back this up just a little bit. Stop that. Turn this up. And play it.
I believe the remains of children discovered in Tennessee belong to the missing Skelton brothers of Morenci.
But they will work to double check and make sure. Melissa Andrews is live in studio with us tonight. Mel, what are the similarities between the children?
Well, Memphis police say they found the remains of 3 children about ages 3 to 7 in a wooded area. The bodies are believed to have been there for a few years. And the Skelton brothers disappeared in 2010 from Morenci, Michigan, when they were 5, 7, and 9 years old. Each time multiple children are found in the country, it's renewed hope that they could be the boys. Their father, John Skelton, said he gave his sons to an underground group, but spent 15 years in prison for causing their disappearance. He was recently charged with their murders, and that case is still pending in Lenawee County. Now, Memphis police say they will conduct forensic testing to figure out who these children are and how they died. I talked to Michigan State Police Lieutenant Renee Gonzalez just a short time ago, who tells me the agency is in contact with Memphis police and will send them DNA samples and dental records to eliminate the boys as possibilities. I can also share that I have talked to the boy's mother, and she is aware of this information, but has chosen not to comment at this time. 11 Investigates also looked at the national database on missing children and found 161 white boys aged 3 through 9 are missing in the U.S., with 5 sets of brothers. That includes the Skelton boys. For 11 Investigates, I'm Melissa Andrews.
Oof, y'all. And those are just the ones, you guys, that, oh, shit on a biscuit. Those are just the one, you guys, that have been reported, right? So many kids that go missing and they're not reported, especially ones that go missing due to family, unfortunate violence, especially ones by family members, for whatever reason. So that's that. They do not think that these are the missing Skelton boys. How they're able to even call them male yet is beyond me. So I just couldn't believe that there were 5 sets of brothers that are missing. And I think there's way more than that. That's just what's been reported, like I said. All right. So having gone through all that, you guys, is exactly how I got to where I am. Hello, Wild Angel. Good to see you. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I was like, well, wait a minute. What happened with the Skelton brothers? Who's the Skelton brothers? Nobody told me about the Skelton brothers. I didn't know. Well, now we're going to find out exactly who they are, because I think that's important. Hold on. Give me just a minute. Don't need that one anymore. When I do these, you guys, I have like 50 million tabs open up at the top, and then I have to figure, they never go in order for me. Probably because I don't put them in order, but one day I'll work on that. So I want to talk about who the Skelton brothers are exactly. And like I said, I don't normally give, trigger warnings, you guys. I'm obviously an over 18 channel. I put it in my, I tell you in my title what I'm going to be talking about. So if it's not your jam, then, you know, you could choose not to be here and I will understand. Yeah, Detour, how can a father sell their own flesh and blood? I think what's worse, selling them or killing them? Either way, it's terrible, right? At this point, having looked into it as much as I've looked into it, I think he killed him. I don't think he sold him. I think he killed him and he knew he would get less time for saying that he sold him. He only did 15 years. And then the mom went in and had the courts declare her boys dead. And then now he's been charged with murder, which is what exactly should happen. So let's find out who the missing brothers are. This is a full-length TV special, you guys. I can speed it up, but I probably won't because I mean, listen, what else do we got to do? No, I'm just kidding. No, really, sincerely, out of every place that you guys can be at, I'm so thankful that you spend your time with me sometimes. So, or whatever time you give, I appreciate it. All right, so let's see. YouTube, do not come after me, okay? Fair use disclaimer. Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. So I am floating that across the top of my my page tonight and in my chat already. So we are going to go ahead and get into this. I will tell you guys, just remember, I'm going to have to stop it every now and then and comment because I've got to walk the line for the next 2.5 months. I cannot imagine having a missing child or grandchild. Not knowing would make me crazy. Me too, Possum. Me too. All right. Well, we're going to find out. Let's find out. I'm going to share the screen with you guys. We're going to find out exactly what happened. My source, you guys, is the local 4 news coming out of Detroit, WDIV. You guys, this came out 8 years ago. So I know it's old, but we got to go back to the old. I mean, this guy sat in prison for 15 years, I think, before he was fixing to be released. And they've got him for murder right now. So I don't think he's gone to trial yet for that, or if he has to. I'm sure he has to go to trial, right? He would have to go to trial for murder, right? I mean, he only went for selling his kids. And we all know that's a lie. But let's go ahead and listen to this, you guys. Watch your ears, okay?
Police say 3 missing boys may be in extreme danger.
A frantic search in the town of Morenci.
The search for 3 missing boys growing more desperate with every passing hour.
We know their dad lied to police.
The brothers are ages 5, 7, and 9. They're from the town of Morenci, Michigan.
An all-out search near the Michigan-Ohio border.
The FBI now getting involved.
This community is beginning to fear the worst.
Still no sign tonight of Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner Skelton.
This is where it all began. This is the house Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner Skelton called home before their parents, John and Tanya, got divorced. Everyone who knew them says they were smart, happy little boys. That was 7 years ago. And still, no answers, no closure, no end in sight. We've covered every twist and turn along the way. And for the better part of a year, we've been working on a project that goes deeper into the story than ever before. The producer of this show, Jeremy Allen, created a podcast which is helping us uncover new information about this case. We're calling it Shattered Black Friday, and it offers perspective like we've never seen or heard. Jeremy and I have been working together on many of these stories. You'll hear his voice occasionally throughout this hour. From Michigan to Montana, from airplanes to Amish, the search for the missing Skelton brothers started right here in Morenci on Black Friday.
The way that y'all have gone crazy over these shirts for 2 years in a row, I am not kidding. These shirts.
2010.
Friday, November 26, 2010, the day after Thanksgiving, the boy's mother, Tanya Skelton, tells Morenci police officer Ryan Hillard her husband, John, was supposed to bring the boys back to her, but he never did. An Amber Alert would be issued. The FBI would come to town. Massive searches spanning down through Ohio would begin.
And I wonder, are they scared? Are they crying for me?
Tanya, the boy's mom, left heartbroken.
So it's hard to imagine them hurting for me.
The people of the small town felt Tanya's pain, and many to this day still think of the boys daily.
Everybody thinks about it, but time does cover things up.
It's just, it's heartbreaking to me.
Andrew was 9, Alexander 7, and the youngest, Tanner, only 5 years old at the time. Over the years, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children created these age-progressed photos of what the boys might look like.
There's yellow ribbons hanging on some doors.
Detective Lieutenant Jeremy Brewer took over the case back in 2013. That's when Morenci Police Chief Larry Weeks left for the same position in Eaton Rapids, Michigan. Brewer can't share many details in connection with the case. He can only say they're closer to solving it now than they were back in 2010.
On a case like this, with the magnitude, with the resources that we have directed towards it, I firmly believe, without a doubt, that we will get some type of closure on it one day.
And what about John, the father? His original story? He gave the boys to a group. This part is still a mystery. The boys are missing. A group has never been found or come forward. John's stories have changed. For now, he sits in the Bellamy Creek Correctional Facility in Ionia, Michigan. His charge? Unlawful imprisonment.
The last person that ever saw them was their father, and 7 years later, we still don't have them. I mean, that story is pretty tragic.
Their father, John Skelton, claims he was trying to keep his boys out of harm's way. Tanya Skelton was charged with 4th-degree criminal misconduct in the late 90s. She had sex with a 14-year-old boy. John says she was abusing her own sons. Tanya says it's absolutely not true. Detective Brewer keeps an eye on John in prison. He also talks to him from time to time. He says the key to this case is simple.
The innocence of children is such a pure thing that we have. When the integrity of that gets hurt, people can identify with that.
Wait, what? Did we just hear that right? Did I hear that right? I wish I had looked that part up. So the mother was charged years prior. Is that what they said? I'm sorry. I got up to go get some more medicine. Years prior for having sexual relations with a minor. But she says it's untrue. I need to look up her name and see if I can find an arrest record on it. I'll do that. Gave or sold, murdered. He's the scum of the earth. Absolutely. Absolutely. And look, I would not be surprised if it came out that this man was very abusive to her, because a lot of people who kill, especially men that kill their children, it is to get back at the mother. That's just the truth. It is a way of control. Sickening as it is. Okay, I'm going to look up her name and see what's going on there.
This is his Facebook page, and it says,
I love my wife very much. May God and Tanya forgive me.
Why would he not come to the family? You know, if you need to take the children somewhere, why take them to somebody else?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my kids are. I'm a mess. I don't know. Are my sons laying in this house? Did he flip out and do something? I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my kids are. I know that their dad is now telling the hospital he tried to kill himself. Where are my sons? What have you done to them?
He's the one that holds the key.
Are you okay with not seeing your kids anymore?
He is the one that can make this all be solved.
Prayers tonight for Andrew, Alex, and Tanner. The three Skelton brothers police say remain in grave danger the longer they go missing.
This is the boy's father, John Skelton. His sons were last in his care Thanksgiving Day.
There's part of me that wants to think that there is someone else that helped, and eventually the guilt will get to them.
He took those boys out of harm's way.
If anybody else knows something besides John, I would say it's them.
Them boys, they ain't no problem, them boys.
His boys are safe and sound.
John's parents, John's sister, have never contacted me after that first day. That's suspicious to me. That has all been investigated. I was investigated. I was interrogated as well. My house was searched. My computer was searched. All of my stuff was gone through as well.
If you need something to live in this summer, I quite literally have you covered with every color of the rainbow in this dress.
There were interviews with school teachers, school administrators, church people, friends, all kinds of people. School administrators and teachers who are trained to see abuse in children, who said to the police, I have never seen more children more loved and cared for by their mother. Those children were not abused. There is no way. And anyone who truly knows me knows that my children come first, always have, always will. My dream job was to be a mom, and within the first year of getting married, I was pregnant for my first child. And this year marks 30 years that I've been a mom. And it is the greatest job in the world. And now I get to be a grandma too. But to say that I abused my sons kills me. Long before I met John, I made a mistake in life, and I paid that price and asked forgiveness and moved forward. John knew that before he met me. He knew about it before we ever started dating. And that is a selfish, low blow move to pull that out and say that that's what I was doing to my children, because that is no way near what happened in my life several years ago. The more that I can talk about my boys and share their story, the greater chance that that one person that we are waiting to see our story that knows something, the greater chance of them seeing it.
So they were really close.
They were, the five of them were really close. And then Andrew and Mason.
Tanya sat there in her living room, talked about her boys, and never shed a tear. She says it's important, she thinks, to stay strong.
Because you don't know. Are the boys out there? Are they going to see? Are they going to hear? And the loving, caring sons that I raise to the ages, they don't like mom to cry and be upset. They want mom. This is who they know. This is.
Y'all, I'm going to stop it right there just a second. You know, I have to stop it and commentate or whatever, but I just looked at it. Hi, John. Good to see you, love bug. I just found the rest record. What she's talking about, that before she ever met John, which is the father of these boys, before she ever met him, she did have some type of relationship at 32 years old with a 14-year-old boy. He was 14 years old. She is registered. She's a registered sex offender in the state of Michigan. And that happened in 1998. Now, no, I don't forgive her. No. But is this father, John, using that as an excuse as to why he got rid of his children? I don't know. I don't know. I just think it just makes you wonder what's going on here? What's going on? Okay, so she was 32 years old in 1998. She had a they call it a fourth degree sexual relationship with a 14-year-old boy. She had to register as a sex offender in Michigan. They've already dropped that off of, so if you pull up her name in Michigan, like they've already taken it down, her criminal record. I didn't even know criminal records ever got dropped, but I guess they do, or we'd never be able to get on the internet. So that's all gone, but she's still on the registry. So I'm going to have to do some more research and find out if she ever did time. I want to know if she did time for it. And this was back in 1998. So 108, 30 years ago, 98, 108. Yeah, 30 years ago. Almost 30, 28 years ago. And she says that she's going to be a grandma. Hi, Betty. Good to see you. This is sounding quirky to me. Anybody else? And that she doesn't shed a tear. Look, I'm not trying to victim shame, but I don't know who to trust anymore. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody in these situations. I just don't. And y'all, I'd be a blubbering mess. I'm sorry that my kids don't ever want to see mommy cry. Of course they don't want to see mommy cry. None of us want to. I mean, if you see your parents cry and you're a grown-ass woman, it still bothers you. You know what I mean? But that we're human and we have emotion, right? Oh my God. This is just quirky. This is quirky to me. And when we're going to keep going with it. Once a PDF, always one. Thank you, John. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. Let's keep going with it. This is nuts. This is nuts. I cannot believe I've never heard this.
What they want, you know. So I don't, because someday we will be back together. I will find them. It may not be until I'm buried, but I will find them. And I don't want them to think that I was just a shell of a person in our time apart.
Hi, Momo. Welcome.
If you were going to dispose of someone that was a very good location.
Every time I come here, it's an emotional time. It's very difficult because I just can't imagine what happened to these boys and what John may have done to them or done with them. And so, yeah, it's very difficult.
Still to come, he's baffled investigators for years. John Skelton reveals what his last night with his boys was like.
So I'm not sure, how welcoming they're going to be to the additional meeting. The thing that's most forefront in my mind, to be honest with you, is that they're just not found. Where are they?
Karen, thank you for saying that, because sometimes I feel bad for the things that I say and the things that I think about quote unquote victims. But when you hear the way that she talks and then what's in her past, it's like, what are you hiding? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying she did anything to her 3 children. But this is all just weird. It's just weird. Could be both of them done it. And John, hold on, I can't see. John and her. All right, let's keep going. Thank you guys so much for being here. I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this before. I can't believe I live about 3 hours from this. Is crazy.
Why haven't we been able to find them?
The child abduction cases, those haunt you. They stay with you the rest of your life.
There's growing anger at the boys' father, John Skelton, who says he gave the boys to a mystery woman he has an internet relationship with.
There was information we developed very quickly that gave us the indication that that was not a factual story. So, when we made that connection that story was most likely false, and that's the information was given to us, it really gave us real concern.
The father's story and the holes in that story just really concerned me. His changing of the facts of what happened.
I took the initiative to contact the state police operations center and initiate the Amber Alert. And I remember that call very specifically in my mind.
Tell me about that call.
When I spoke to the lieutenant at the operations center, he goes, "Well, I don't think you know what's going to happen when I make this notification." I remember him saying that specifically. And no truer words have ever been spoken, because I could never have fathomed what would unfold in the next several hours.
Local, state, and federal law enforcement agents have been combing through the rural area.
And it was at that point when the FBI and state police and supporting agencies started to arrive, and then we certainly ramped up the investigation immensely from that point forward.
I mean, it was like Morenci had been taken over.
Yeah, for such a small community to have so many law enforcement and public safety personnel and the volunteers, it was, significantly increased its percentage of population.
All of a sudden, you're invaded by the Michigan State Police and the FBI. And that certainly is an overwhelming thing to have.
It's like almost like the makeup of the town just overnight, just changed. It just.
Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem that your town's going to change and everything's going to change and the whole town's going to become a circus looking for these boys? It didn't help. It didn't help. Still haven't found them. But I don't even understand why, when he went in to go put in the Amber Alert, that guy said, "You don't know what this is going to do to your town." And then within hours, he said everything just blew up. Isn't that what you want to happen? Where's Nancy Guthrie? Anybody know? Oh my God. This is retarded.
Kind of like it was like everyone took over.
It's like, it's almost like the population doubled, in a 12-hour period.
Since we can last pinpoint the boys in the backyard on Thursday afternoon,
and that we know that the vehicle wasn't at the home at a period of time there, we certainly would want any leads that we could gather. I felt like we were going to find them. I felt like we were getting to the point where either John was going to disclose to us where they were at, or with the enormous searching that was taking place, that we would turn them on.
We were trying to locate them as quickly as possible.
And as the days wore on, it got more and more difficult. And then the varying stories that we received from John over time just made me believe that, as clearly he was not going to, at that time, disclose, where the boys were at. One of the challenges that I had in leading the investigation was that we continued to have people looking for them in, gas stations, and
donut shops,
whatever,
flea markets.
And the evidence, in my belief, just did not lead that way.
She believes she spotted Andrew Alexander and Tanner here at the flea market with a woman matching the description also given by another Ohio woman, a worker at a donut shop in Sandusky.
We had a good feeling early on that maybe they were out there, because there were a lot of leads coming in that they were they were seen in a rest area, they were seen at a restaurant.
I needed people to be looking for them in places not alive. I needed people to start focusing on, the ditches, their properties and things where they may have been, bodies may have been disposed of.
I remember going, into Ohio, and it looked like an old abandoned school or something. And it was one of the creepiest things that I've ever seen. But I remember in the middle of the night, just, searching this place, this abandoned, and there were people living in it. And I remember opening a door and these people were in there living in this place. It was kind of spooky. But, if you were going to dispose of someone, that was a very good location.
It's around 4:29 that on Friday morning that John's phone is located moving down into Ohio. 4:29. He's about 3.3 miles from his home. And then at 5 a.m., he's near Holiday City, Pioneer, Ohio, with the phone.
And now this was which day exactly? Because Thursday was Thanksgiving.
Correct. Yes, this was the very early morning hours of what would be referred to as Black Friday. We began.
Looks clowny. It goes on clowny. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to put it.
Driving and looking at that location, directing search parties to that location. Just indicating from what we have from the phone records, I believe the route that we're taking right now would be the most direct route to where the cell towers indicate. Down here it's pretty rural, so the phone towers, there aren't too many of them. And so due to how the phone records and the towers came back, giving us the timestamps, it would lead us to believe that he probably stayed on, at least for the most part, some of the main roads, traveling in the direction that he did. An area in which the cell phone did track towards was an area that John was very familiar with. He was a truck driver and drove to that area for some of the truck driving routes that he had. We also know that he had spent some time with, I believe, with Tanya there. It was kind of a special place for them.
So let's talk about the cell phone hits, and specifically, how do we know John Skelton was in Holiday City that morning?
Well,
hold on, I just have to say this real quick. Do y'all see what they're walking in front of? Sorry, I'm eating antacids. Listen, do you see what's in the background? They just said that Tanya, mama, and John, daddy, of the three missing boys, used to go right here because this was a kind of special place for them. Look around. It's a Hotel 6, y'all. Motel 6. Oh my God, what the hell are we dealing with here? I have secondhand embarrassment for them.
We don't know exactly where he was. We just know that the phone pings or the phone tower hits put us in an area that was very consistent with the low distance between Holiday City and Morenci. And knowing what we know from some of the things that Skelton has said, along with talking with family members, this was kind of an important spot to them. I don't know if they had some family outings here, some different things that happened in Holiday City or around this area. So it was just very consistent with the information that the evidence led to, along with some family confirmations that this was a good area.
And he knew this area like the back
Absolutely,
of his hand.
right. The turnpike is right here, the 8090 turnpike.
And this area was thoroughly searched.
Absolutely. Yes, we searched. We had some information that put us in this area, mainly the cell phone pings, but some other things as well. And we had search teams down here for multiple days, searching buildings, hotels, dumpsters, pole barns, everything that was in the area that could be searched, we searched.
Because it sounds like initially the investigators who were on the case thought, okay, this is where the boys are.
Correct. This was, again, with all the information that we had leading up days after it happened, we really thought this was the place where we would find the boys.
And it is a very, I mean, you described it, it's very rural. It's very, I mean, there are a lot of back roads. There is a lot of farmland.
Right. And in order for us to search, I mean, we search everything that we can, even with a search party of 100 people. You can search an area or an open field like that very thoroughly. However, there's just hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of acres. And so it really is a needle in a haystack. And we searched the best we could with the evidence and relating to the evidence that we had, but there's just no telling.
And then at 5 a.m. approximately, what happened?
At approximately 5 a.m., we received no further tower hits. So basically that means that the cell phone company did not have any more data to provide to us indicating where that phone would be. So the phone either was turned off, which I believe probably happened, or the phone could have died, battery could have died. And then we did not get any further data from the phone tower hits until I think it was like 6:34 in the morning, and that phone was back at his house. There's been a lot of theories, a lot of information that we have acted on in reference to that, but absolutely. I mean, we see 3 dumpsters over here that, and I know way back when those were searched. I know everything in this area was searched very extensively. It's not to say that this was the exact area, but given everything else that we know, this could very well be, where the boys would have been at 5 o'clock in the morning. We just have the evidence. We just have the tower hits. We just have the mind of John Skelton and what we know about him. And unfortunately, it leads us to a place like this where we're talking about dumpsters and talking about landfills. Tanya and I have we've had a lot of discussion throughout the last few years, a lot of heart-to-heart conversations. And she knows that as time goes by, that statistically, it does not look good to find the boys alive.
According to the cell phone hits or the pings, where are we now on the timeline?
So it is now about 6:45, 6:46 in the morning on Black Friday. And the next cell phone ping that we get is back here at the house at 112 Congress Street in Morenci.
So there is a span of time that is unaccounted for.
Correct. The last tower record hit that we have was in the area of Holiday City at about around 5 a.m. And now we have about an hour and 45 minutes that have elapsed before the phone hits here.
For about a half-hour drive, right?
Correct. So, right. Yeah, there's about a 30-minute drive back from that area to here. So that we have a span of 30 to 45 minutes to where we have no idea.
What do you think went on in this house on that Friday? After he came back from wherever he was at 6:45 in the morning, and we know his cell phone was turned back on.
Right.
Or came back within range, right?
Right. Well, we know that he was active on his phone, sending some text messages and some emails. We know that he had to have packaged up some type of belongings because he then took those to a family member's house that didn't live too far away from here.
His own belongings?
Correct. And said he wanted someone else in the family to get those because he didn't expect to be around or to be, it was very elusive in his comments to the family, but just said he wanted so-and-so to get his clothing.
So he gave away his clothes?
He gave away some of his belongings, I'll say. Some of his belongings.
That day?
That day.
I really did believe the boys were safe and that maybe they were with someone in the Amish community because it made sense. And now I just don't know.
And later, the one man who can unlock the mystery opens up for the first time in 6 years. My conversation with John Skelton.
Woo, let's go. Conversation with John Skelton. Let's do it. We want to hear what the fucker has to say. Listen, tell y'all something. You can't believe a word out of his mouth. I'm just going to say it. You can't. I'm not believing mama. I'm not believing him. I'm not believing none of them. I think they're all shady as hell. And there are 3 boys that are God knows where.
Much of the speculation around where Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner really could have gone focuses on Amish country and if their father, John, really could have taken them there. Amish communities have settled all over Michigan. There are even more in Ohio, Indiana, and Pennsylvania. John originally told investigators he gave the boys over to a group so they could be safe. And like all the leads they followed, detectives also closely examined this theory. Was it likely? They really didn't know.
What are we going to ask the Amish?
So, I wonder, could the boys really be out here? Would someone in the Amish community who has no access to newspapers, TV, would they really care for 3 boys as their own and keep them under wraps? I mean, is that even possible? Do you remember 7 years ago, the boys from Morenci that went missing?
Oh yeah, small ones.
If someone brought children here, would the Amish community, would they take them in?
It could be, yeah.
The Amish might care for children who were dropped off, but they'd know these children. They'd know they were the missing boys from Morenci.
I think they would probably call the police or someone.
So John Skelton's story about dropping the boys off was starting to sound even more far-fetched than ever. But this was just one person's opinion.
We read a lot of papers, yeah, as far as we know what's going on.
We stopped off at a farm just off a main road. We meet Jason, who's open and inviting.
My mom told me you can go and look at the house. You want to?
Sure, if she's willing
Absolutely.
to.
Jason tells us his father built this home and his family has lived here their entire lives.
Hi, hello.
We're greeted by Jason's family. They show us around their home. They show us their newspaper, the budget, and we start talking about the Skelton case. How probable was it the Amish would take these boys in?
And I don't think that anyone would do that.
No, our churches and families, we're all together. Everybody knows what everybody does. We're all back and forth, and I don't believe so.
But that'd be strange if all of a sudden there'd be 3 boys in the area and everybody would wonder what there was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say anybody would take them in and hide
I've been here
them.
all my life, and I've never heard of something like that.
All right, I'm going to stop it right there. I'm sure there are plenty of people in chat that know about the Amish. And look, the Amish are not all of the Amish are perfect people either, okay? We know they're banging boots in the back of the buggy sometimes too, and they're in trouble. No, but on the serious side, you guys, just because you call yourself something doesn't mean that you are a stand-up kind of person, right? But I live in Indiana. We have a lot of Amish people here. They're completely right when they tell you there's nothing those people get away with that the whole community does not know about. They all know about their community, and they just don't accept the English. That's what they call us, right? They call us the English, and they don't they'll sell to us. They'll be kind to us. They'll come and build a house if we want to pay them to do it. But to be in their community, influencing their people, their children, they don't want that from us. Even so what Amish people go by are what's called ordinances. And there's an older order, which is the really, 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 really strict order. And then it comes all the way down to like hardly any order other than just looking the look, right? They could still have a phone, maybe one per family and things like that. That's how the Amish came to be in so many different sects, just like Baptists, just like Catholics and stuff. Amish broke off from communities. So they came over here. They were the old world order, and they were very, very strict and they had their ways. And then maybe a couple men would stand up and say, look, we just don't believe that we should have to wear black. I'm using this as just an example, you guys. So maybe it's something like this, but on a deeper level. Two men come up and say, we don't think we should have to wear black laces on our shoes anymore. Okay, well, in our community, you do. So then they go start their own community, and now everybody's wearing white laces. Now, that is just giving you guys an example. I'm sure there was never a fight or a shunning or a breakup of communities over laces. I'm just using that that's how they ended up breaking away from different sects of Amish. So now you've got all these different types of Amish and Mennonites and purists and things like that, right? But one thing I will tell you is there are plenty of them that live out here in Indiana that are in different sects or different orgs or whatever. And one thing none of them want is for us to be around them. Do you understand? So I just don't see them accepting 3 small children for the rest of their life in their community. And let's just say that they did. Let's just say that happened. Let's just say that they found a community that I know nothing about, but they found a community that had some kind of compassion for these boys and believed the Father. These boys are old enough now to go into what is considered Rumspringa. And we could do a whole thing on it, you guys, but that's like a coming of age thing. It's really a thing where you hit a certain age, male and female, where you could go and do anything you want to, go anywhere in the world you want to go live like the English, go live like the devil, go live like whoever. And then you have to make a choice. You have to make a choice whether you want to stay in that world or whether you're going to come back to the Amish, be baptized into the Amish faith, and after that, you live Amish the rest of your life. If not, then you're shunned. So those boys would be old enough to be going to Rumspringa like that. And I guarantee you, they were also old enough to know that they were no longer with their mother if their father actually gave them to the Amish. Do you see what I'm saying? So wouldn't you think they'd be like, I think I'm going to go find my mom now, that's what I'm doing on Rumspringa. I'll just run on over to mom. So I don't believe they're alive anymore. I just don't. I love the Amish people, you guys. I've got many, many things. And y'all want to live with them for like 2 days, 2 whole days. After that, I'd be like, oh, negative. I got to get on YouTube, y'all. I'd be such a bad influence on the Amish. Oh, it'd be terrible. They'd be like, you have to leave. You have to leave right now. Take all your spirits with you. Oh, it'd be terrible. It'd be terrible. We have a lot of Amish close to our area too. And none of them would take a random children. They have no idea who they are, especially if they're considered missing. Bishops rule over each group. That's right, John. And John also lives close to the Amish. Momo says, I think it would definitely leak if they were that was the case. They can't keep their mouth shut. That's right. Everybody knows they're not lying to you guys. Everybody knows everybody's business in the Amish community. I mean, seriously. John says Amish wouldn't do that. They would find out through word of mouth. That's right. And there is quite a bit of incest. You're right. In the Amish communities, you're totally right. Hi Pink Peony says, I don't know anything about the Amish. Oh, stick around. I love the Amish. Listen, they got their faults, y'all, but I'm going to tell you what, I love me some Catholics and I love me some Mormons and I don't care who you are. I'm very interested in people's beliefs and stuff like that, but I'm telling you, I couldn't live with the Amish more than 2 days. I'd be like, for the love of God, do you guys know that we're up earlier than the roosters even crowing? I can't do this. It'd be terrible. It'd be terrible. And now I'll clean all day long. I'd love to clean. But it doesn't. Women cook, you guys, literally all day. They eat 3 meals a day, y'all. 3. Could you imagine eating 3 meals a day? Y'all, I cried because I have to make 1 meal a day. Y'all know me. I hate to cook. I hate it. I'd be kicked out so fast. Never under pressure. Hello. Is this about the crimes in the Amish community? No. But I'll explain it in just a second. Candace, hi. Amish are very much a community that is so tight that you can't shit a different color without the whole community knowing. I appreciate their history and approve of their lifestyle. I love it. All right, guys, let me give you a breakdown of what we're doing right here. So I've never heard of this case either. I got sent down a lane with something else and detoured off right here at the Skelton Brothers. So let me explain to you guys about the Skelton Brothers, you guys. The Skelton Brothers were 3 boys that went missing from Mercy, something like that. I'm saying it way wrong. Michigan, okay? And they went missing on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. I think it was it 15 years ago? I'll have to look at it again. You guys have got a lot of names, a lot of numbers in my head right now. The last person they were with was their father. When their father did not return them back to their mother the day after Thanksgiving, the mother called the police and said, my kids are missing. Well, long story short, they put in an Amber Alert. Everybody and their cousin shows up. The FBI, everybody that Morency, something like that, Michigan. Thank you, Detour. So, the FBI, the state police, everybody showed up in Morency, Michigan, and they went looking for these 3 boys. I mean, you should see. I mean, the community came out. They were walking hand in hand through the bushes, like you're supposed to do when you looking for a missing person. Sheriff Nanos over there in the Nancy Guthrie, Arizona area. Anywho, that's another story. They did the thing right. Hi, Coffee Galaxy. Good to see you. And the boys were never found. So then Daddy, John gets brought in for questioning, and he tells them that he sold his boys to a woman he was talking to online because he did not trust. He thought that the reason why he sold the boys gave the boys to this woman he was talking to online is because he didn't feel like they were safe in their mother's care. Because cliffhanger, here you go. Because their mother is a registered sex offender. Before she met John O'Dadio, she was 32 years old. Hold on, I got it all written down. Hold on, let me pull it out. 32 years old in 1998, had an unlawful relationship with a 14-year-old. She had to register. And so he used that. Now, whether it's an excuse or not an excuse, I don't know. I wasn't there. But that's the excuse that he told the police that, hey, I don't trust her with my boys. She's a registered sex offender and she's abusing my boys. So I gave my boys to this group of people. There's where we're at in the story. Now, what we do know is the story changed a couple of times through the years because he went to prison for 15 years. Just as soon as he started he was coming up to get out of prison at the beginning of last year, 2025. And the mother of the 3 boys that are still missing went to court and had them declared legally dead. Then, after they were declared legally dead, and we're going to listen to the mom's, she's going to be on this. I'm only going to listen to that part where she's on the stand and she testifies to have her boys declared legally dead. When the courts declared them legally dead, now old Papa San, John, is being charged with murder. So that's where we're at right now in this case. He is being charged with murder. He's still in jail, has not got out. And so that's where we're at. I hope that explains a little bit. Yeah, who is he to do that, please? If that were the case, he could have gone to court. That's right. He could have gone to court to get custody instead of just, yeah, it's a stupid. I'm curious as to what other, because they said that he changed the story like 3 times. How long have you been live? About an hour and a half. All right, we'll jump right back into this. Now we're in the Amish because of where the location of the boys are. People were thinking, well, maybe he gave them off to the Amish people to finish raising and get them away from their mom. So this is an investigation that's being done by Channel 4 News coming out of Detroit. And they're just trying to investigate what happened to the boys, how it started, and where we're at today in this. And so now they're talking to the Amish people around there to see, would they take in like 3 English boys that their father was trying to give away because their mother was abusing them sexually. And here we go.
While the Amish don't seem convinced, no one is ruling out the possibility.
Making sure. Maybe disagree.
We don't need to hold you hostage. You guys can get up and move around if you want to.
Did any of you think that as we come on this 7-year anniversary that we would still be in the same position in terms of the investigation and where it stands?
No, I didn't.
Me either. So I can't even begin to imagine the searches and in those initial few days. Can you describe for me what that was like? Was it chaos? Was it?
I think some of it was well organized, but then you'd get those little tips and it would bring back that glimmer, and so you would rush to wherever that scene was or that tip was, and then the letdown would occur again. It was a roller coaster. That's the only way to describe it.
It was with defiance that we were met when we were seeking information that could resolve this case. The stories weren't consistent, and we believe that we weren't being provided truthful information after substantial effort. So that our frustration was high, but we had to track down every lead and do what we needed to do as professionals.
I mean, I can speak for myself, man. I still have hope. I mean, that hope hasn't gone away. Certainly, I've stated before what I believe the outcome to be, but it doesn't mean I don't still have hope. We all want to hope for the best outcome.
And I think the hope, I don't know that it's, at this point, 7 years, is the hope a positive outcome. It's a hope for resolution.
It was hard to imagine them hurting for me.
It was so hard to watch Tanya. She just kind of curled up and she didn't want to talk and she cried and she had headaches and she got sick. And I'm thinking, how is she even existing? How can she do anything? And she was strong enough inside, I think, and I am proud of her for her advancing as she has. I don't know if I could have done all that.
Okay, so what you just saw there might look like magic, but it's not. Most trainers completely miss.
When you have the boys this young, it drives you even harder. I mean, in my office are Tanya's pictures, the boys' pictures. I walk in every day to my office and I look at that. It's hard. Can't imagine.
She has been inside once, though, with police, and she could not believe what she saw inside.
Things that were glass were busted. The big curio cabinet was smashed to pieces along with everything that was inside of it.
What did you feel when you went into the house, Ryan?
It just something didn't seem right. I can't really put it into words. It just didn't. Things didn't add up in the house, and the story that he was giving just didn't add up as well.
That scene was troubling because it wasn't a normal scene. It wasn't. We've been through many crime scenes, and this was the intensity, the things that were destroyed. There wasn't anything usable in that house. The appliances, the cords were cut, the keys were cut, the hutch was knocked over, the dishes were broken. The house was fundamentally destroyed.
John Skelton and his family often spent time here, and police say that he used his cell phone near this location Friday morning.
It's likely that this one man holds the keys, has the answers, and we don't. I mean, if I were in law enforcement, if I were you, anyone involved in the case, I'd be furious.
Yeah, it's yeah, furious, angry. Who I am now, if I could just have a minute with him.
Would you want to talk to him, Tanya?
I think so. I want to remind him of his sons and the happy times and all the things, and want answers as to why you would do this to our sons, your sons.
Tomorrow would be birthday number
12.
12.
For my baby. You wonder.
What do you wonder about?
Who would he be? What does he look like? All of them. Because then in 2 weeks we get Alexander's, and then 2 weeks later is Anders. So
it's a tough time.
Very tough.
They're missing out on 2 grandparents that love them and an aunt and a daddy that loves them dearly.
The belief is that they're safe, right?
I believe that 100%, yes.
Who's going to get the last laugh?
Up next, face to face with John Skelton. What happened during our interview that moved him to tears?
Y'all, I ain't buying them tears now. Negative. And who's that woman that was sitting on there saying they're missing out on a daddy who misses them and loves them terribly? Well, isn't the daddy the one that got rid of them? The hell is wrong with people?
He says they're safe and sound, a very specific message John Skelton asked his parents to share during the first visit they had with their son, where he's housed here at the Lucas County Jail. The visit lasted a half an hour. Via video, his parents, Roxanne and William, convinced their 3 grandsons, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, missing since Thanksgiving, are alive and well. They say their son wouldn't tell them where they are, only that he didn't want them to be with their mother, Tanya.
Seems far-fetched, this story.
Right. It does. It does. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah. The people that are going to question all this and say, well, there's no way that there's a group that can do this, and that's impossible, that like these kids haven't found the internet or a phone or something like that. What do you say to those kind of...
Well, I've thought about that. I question that too. Why hasn't them boys did anybody ever think maybe they're happy where they're at?
The Marines police, there's no way you can hide children. Well, I pulled up 186 cases of underground children that have been hidden.
A few years back, I was down here in Jacksonville. I was filling up on my other truck with fuel, and I had my back there, and a gentleman come up behind me and he asked me not to turn around, and said, "I know your plight. I know your sons are okay."
Really?
And I says, "Thank you."
And that was it?
That was it.
You didn't turn around?
It pops in my head all the time. Why haven't they contacted somebody?
Right.
Maybe they're happy.
This isn't just a construction project, it's the start of...
Y'all, obviously, those people are sincerely delusional. Listen, I know mamas and daddies cover for their babies, but at some point, your babies have to stand on their own and be accountable. I mean, so none of these people give a shit about these 3 boys that went missing. They care more about their son's name, I guess, and their name, and none of them give a damn about those 3 babies, because I'm going to tell you, if that was my kid, I'd be shaking him. He would tell me where them babies are, even if they were deceased. My kids, you can guarantee it. My kids would be telling me, because I would take them out myself. These people, crazy, crazy ass people.
No clothes on and this thing, and it hurt so bad that I couldn't even watch it anymore. And I told my husband, I said, "John, I've got to go up there." They were treating him so bad. So bad.
He said to tell you that his boys are safe and sound.
His kids are fine. I know this as a grandmother. I have a grandmother's heart, and I know this. I don't know where they are. If I did, they wouldn't be there. But
Right. Because that's what I was telling Lucinda. I said, well, even like if the story's true with John, because I don't know.
Yeah.
If the story's true.
I don't know.
Right. Well, they say it's 100%. Do you feel 100% that John gave the kids to somebody?
Yes.
You do believe that?
Yes.
And you believe that those kids are safe with
Yes.
whoever that group is?
Yes.
You're 100% confident that your son is telling the truth?
Yes.
And I think that's the important thing in all this is I think everyone's waiting to find out if John's telling the truth, right?
Of course they are.
Yeah.
And then who's going to get the last laugh?
So you believe that to this day? Those boys
I
are fine?
believe those boys are fine.
You believe that, or do you want to believe that?
No, I believe it. I believe it full in my heart. I believe it totally, 100% that them boys are fine.
Is there a victim, or is it just the boys that were victims in a kind of a messed up household for a little while?
I think only the boys are the victims because they're protected, but they're missing out on 2 grandparents that love them and an aunt, and a daddy that loves them dearly. And I'm sure Tanya loves them too. I mean, you know, everyone's a victim, I guess, in one way or the other.
What John promised the boys the night he said goodbye.
Breaking news at this hour along 75 near 7 Mile. Landlord-tenant dispute turns deadly. The manhunt is just getting underway. We'll have the night cam on the scene at 11.
Also tonight, what caused dozens of cases of Legionnaire's disease in the Flint area? New studies claiming to have some answers. Ben?
Kim, widespread snow on 4 Live radar all across the area.
Sorry, y'all. This comes out on the news too. That's all I can do. Hi, Michelle. Good to see you. Oh, sorry. I'll rewind it a little bit. Let me back it up.
We're going to get snow this week. More on that next at 11.
Unbeatable.
It's been many years since we've talked to John, until recently when he came out of segregation and reached out to us to share a glimpse of what his life has been like. John's life has been one of solitude for the last 7 years. He spent almost his entire sentence behind bars in segregation, otherwise known as solitary confinement, which meant he was alone for 23 hours out of the day. But in September, they transferred John to protective custody. Because of the high-profile nature of his case, corrections officers feel John isn't safe in the general population. Sources tell us John has had little or no contact with his family. In fact, his mom, Roxanne, has visited him in prison only twice. Both times, she could only talk to John from behind glass. Back on October 4th, John reached out to us. He sent us this letter. This was the first time in more than 6 years we'd heard from him.
Dear Sandra, I'm doing okay. My vision is rapidly going. As far as how I'm being treated, I was put in segregation for 4 years. I never did anything wrong, and it was never explained to me why they felt I needed to be in segregation when every other prison I was in general population. Just recently, on September 30th, 2017, they let me out of the segregation unit.
Now, out of segregation, John had access to a computer and email. We exchanged several messages back and forth. We set up a time to talk on the phone, and twice, John left us sitting and waiting. Detectives say John likes to manipulate and control, and this time, we saw it firsthand.
He has a need to be in control and a need to be in charge of any given circumstances. And being in prison, you don't have a lot of that. And so when he does have the opportunity to exercise his right to be in control of the situation, you know, it's not surprising that he said one thing and did another.
Then John put us on his visitor list. We set up a date and headed out to Ionia.
I bought 3 of these this month. Let me tell you why. Ruffle design.
Do I have to say hello to my baby? See, what are you doing up? You're up early or you're up late? Which one is it? Yeah, Sanita, Miss Sanita. I do believe now, hearing his parents talk like that, I think Mama had something to do with that. Mama helped. Something happened. Something happened. And I'm sorry, I think they're too fucking ignorant to know how to get those kids into the underground. They would have to use the Amish. And I don't think the Amish would have taken them. I think Mama's a little off her rocker and Daddy's whooped. Y'all, that's my baby girl. That's my oldest daughter in chat, C. and her sonny. Y'all say hi to my baby.
John follows through on his word and does in fact meet with us. He has said he wants to share his side of the story.
Continue on to East Grand River Avenue.
He's the man who holds all the answers. He kind of holds all the keys, and he's the missing link in all of this. So that's why I'm really hoping he comes out today and chats with us like he said he would. We're here. I walked in with a notebook and pen, which I was told wasn't allowed. We weren't allowed to record our visit in any way. Okay, we'll see what happens now. After several trips to the car and back, I finally made it through to start going through the security check. That's when a female officer searched me several times. I went through a metal detector. She patted me down twice, then asked me to take off my boots so she could inspect those from the inside. They let me put them back on, gave me a badge, took my driver's license, and lastly, stamped my hand with invisible ink. The process felt like it took forever, but finally, after a series of doors opened, they escorted me to a small room full of prisoners, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw John Skelton sitting alone. We talked for more than 2 hours, which was all that was allowed before visiting hours ended. Remember, we weren't allowed to bring any of our cameras inside prison, so all I had to rely on was my memory. I couldn't get back to the car fast enough, so I could get everything I was thinking and feeling on tape as quickly as possible. You can tell my adrenaline was pumping. I think I was in shock more than anything else. Shock that he followed his word and he showed up and he was there. I walked in the room. We made eye contact. He shook my hand and he started sobbing, which caught me off guard. John apologized for crying. He said he was so emotional because he couldn't believe he was having contact with a visitor. I was sitting in the chair next to him. I didn't realize we would be in such close proximity. We were side by side the entire time, and to my surprise, John wasn't wearing any restraints. His handcuffs, belly chain, and shackles had all been removed. I asked him about the boys right off the bat. Through tears, John said, I miss their voices. John said they loved picking vegetables together, mowing the lawn, and doing dishes. John said, you could ask anyone in Morenci or any of the inmates here. They will tell you I was a good dad. I would never hurt my boys or anyone. On their last night together, which John remembers as being the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, John says he made the boys their favorite meal, fried chicken, and a cake to celebrate Andrew's birthday. John said they all ate dinner together at the table, then watched a karate movie before going to bed. John says he had already made arrangements with a group he calls the Underground Sanctuary to give the boys away. And on Thanksgiving night at 10, John says he watched as 2 women and a man who looked like he was in his 60s pulled up to the house in their van to take Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner away.
So do you know the location or whereabouts of your children?
No, I do not.
John's story sounded familiar, and when we went back through our archives, we found this from one of John's early court appearances.
Were they accompanied by anybody?
Yes.
Who were they accompanied by?
A person in a van.
Pardon me?
A person in a van.
Did you know the person?
I knew the organization, but I didn't know the person. No.
What organization?
The organization I took.
John says he told the boys they were going to have a better life with a new family who lived on an Amish farm in Ohio along the Indiana border. John says he promised the boys their new family would buy them the farm boots they'd been asking for and let them ride on a tractor whenever they wanted. Breaking down in tears for the 4th time during our interview, John said he regrets giving his boys away.
Y'all, he regrets giving his boys away. No, he regrets it. The hell?
Me. On November 26, 2010, a mother faced
her worst nightmare.
No doubt by now, it's been obvious we've been working on a big project behind the scenes here at Local 4, a podcast to go hand in hand with our Black Friday coverage. In the podcast, you'll hear more details and information about this case and the people involved than you ever have before. The host of the podcast,
Emotions run high.
producer Jeremy Allen. We've been working together on these stories for many months.
I'm trying to talk to John's family, which I haven't had much luck with.
You need to leave. If you come back here again, I'm calling the cops.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my kids are.
These memories will stay with.
But we begin with breaking news from Montana. That's where the discovery of remains believed to be 3 children has drawn the attention of Michigan State Police. It's a possible new development in the case of the Skelton Brothers, missing since 2010.
In the days and weeks to follow, we'd find out so much more about the developments in Montana. This is the tiny 2-bedroom cottage on a residential street in Missoula. The house vacant since last September when the old tenants were evicted. The property owner hired a professional cleaning crew to scrub the place from top to bottom. When the cleaners started going through a shed in the backyard, they found a box and made a horrific discovery: human bones. Police were called right away. They reached out to an anthropologist at the University of Montana who determined the bones belonged to 3 children. She estimated their ages to be between 2 and 4, 6 and 10, and 5 to 8 years old. Were there any missing children's cases in the city of Missoula? Police in Missoula admitted they were puzzled. Then came word Michigan State Police confirmed they were working with Missoula police to see if there is a connection between the bones and Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner Skelton.
These bones would range in age from X to 99 years old.
Kirsten Green is the anthropologist who got the call from police to help with the investigation.
We aged each tooth, actually, that we had, every single tooth that we had available, and we came up with an average based on all the age ranges of each tooth. And it's based on things like root development.
We went back to Tanya to ask what she thinks about the bones now that she's had more time to process everything.
I want the answers yesterday. I don't dwell on it a whole lot because until I have answers, I don't need to put myself through that type of unnecessary stress.
We won't know the results of the testing for many months, possibly even as late as June. Until then, the folks in this town and the family will be watching and waiting. From all of us here at Local 4, thank you so much for joining us, and good night.
Y'all, I love me some ominous music. I do. So could these be the remains that are found? No. No. Michigan has reached out and said that they do not believe that these would be, they don't believe that they're the remains that are found in Tennessee, but anthropology and DNA will be able to prove that hopefully within the next couple of weeks. Hopefully they push it. You know, what pisses me off about a lot of these cases, and I understand that there's so many cases in that people want answers to right away as soon as we can get them. Whatever case you're looking at, you want the answers right away, and I get that. But when this case has gone on this long, I would think that it would be pushed to the front, kind of like an emergency room. You come in, you sit there, you've been waiting an hour, and they call you up, and then an ambulance comes in. And so then you have to wait because that has more priority. That's the way that I think these cases should be treated. But who am I? I'm just a leanie over here trying to run a YouTube channel. But anyways, they don't believe that it is the remains of those boys. These boys have been missing now so the Skelton boys have been missing now for what, almost 20 years. And they're saying that the skeletal remains of the kids that they found in Memphis are just a couple of years, have just been out there a couple of years. I wonder what his story will be. Wait, I'm sorry, Possum. I wonder what his story will be if they confirm the 3 in the drain. Listen, I really do hope that it is them. I hope that the drain is actually what preserved at least the bones, right? Wouldn't that be nice? But like I said, what I found just from 12 hours ago says that the Michigan is not thinking that it's theirs, but we'll keep going with it. All right. So where we're at in this story right now is the ones up in the remains that were found up in Washington, where they just ended that at. Those were not the boys either. And I need to find out who they were, because that's a whole different case now that's opened up. But so Daddy John, Daddy John Skelton, who was the last person seen with the boys, who supposedly gave his boys to a group of people because he was, as he told the police, he felt like his boys were in danger living with their mother because their mother is an RSO. When she was 30, hold on, pull up my notes. When she was 32 years old back in 1998, she had to register as an offender because she had relations with a 14-year-old. So that is in the state of Michigan. So he was using that, even though he got together with her. They had 3 children together. Now, all of a sudden, years later, he's using that as an excuse as to why he had to get rid of his children. I think it's a lie. I think he killed them. And I'm beginning to think his mama had something to do with it, because she's as nutty as a fruitcake too. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. If you just double tap your screen, magic happens, and it's free. It takes 2 seconds. Thank you, Pink Peony. Thank you so much for that. I have my 2 oldest are girls, and C. Andersony that's in chat. She is my oldest daughter. It was her younger sister, my youngest daughter, that was with me on that live. And then I have 3 boys. High five, can't give the thumbs up. Just double tap your screen. Double tap your screen. Magic happens. So let's see. Yeah, DNA for sure. So the father was no. This was before she ever met the father and had the 3 boys that are missing. She had to register as a RSO because she had relations with a different 14-year-old. Then she ends up meeting John Skelton, who is the father of these 3. Well, then after they didn't work out and they were splitting custody of the children, that's what he said, that he felt like his children were unsafe with her, that she was abusing their children too. So he gave his children to an underground group. I swanny, you guys, I think I've seen a movie just like this before. I'm wondering if that's where he got the thought, because I've never heard of this case ever. Never even heard of these boys before. But I swanny, I have seen a Lifetime movie. This is crazy. All right. So what we're going to do now is, okay. So, Daddy, John Skelton went to prison, y'all. He went to prison for child endangerment and neglect and all the stuff. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Last year in March was 15 years since the boys, or 17 years since the boys were missing. The boys' mother, Tanya, went to court to have the courts declare them legally dead. which the courts agreed to do. So now old daddy, John, has now been charged with murder of his 3 boys. So that's where we're at right now. We're going to watch. He was fixing to get out of prison. They did it right. They did it right because you can declare, different states hold different statutes. But I know just from us covering the Nancy Guthrie case, some states are 4 years. Most states are 7 years. So after they've been gone for 7 years, you can have them declared dead. I think it's brilliant that she waited as long as she did to have them declared dead, because he's thinking, oh, I'm getting out of here. I'm done. Listen, why would he say that he killed his boys? I mean, the smart thing to do is to say, that he knew he was going to do some prison time. So the smart thing to do is to say, yeah, I gave my kids away, because that only carried a 15-year sentence. If he just said, I murdered my boys, that's life, or I don't know. I don't know if Michigan has the DP, but so you know what I mean? So he was smart in saying that. He knew he was doing time. His boys are gone. But now that the courts have declared her boys dead, guess what? Oh, Papa San's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, because he ain't getting out, y'all. And I got to find out if they're going to have, he was charged with murder of his 3 boys in November of last year. So there has to be a trial. There has to be. Oh, I'm all over this like nobody's, like white on rice, y'all. White on rice. I'm going to be following this like nobody's business. Then I'm going to go over there and I'm going to talk to John. I'm going to slap the hell out of his mama, because someone needs to slap her. I'm your girl. I got this. Everybody calm down. I'm only about 3 hours away. That's a day trip for me. I'm going to go over there. I'm going to slap the hell out of his mama, tell her to wake her ass up and find out where them boys are. And then I'm going to go have a talk with old Johnny boy. That's what we're going to do around here. All right. So let's get to this. We're going to go straight to let's do this. Let's go to Court TV with Vinnie Politan. Let's go to let's do that. Wait a minute. Before we do that, let's go to Court TV and listen to Tanya, who is the mother, on the stand, taking the stand to get her kids declared dead. All right, because that came before Papa San being charged with murder. So let's do this. Let's bring this up. You guys watch your ears. I can't control your volume. I can only control mine. Let's do this. All right, let's listen to Tanya on the stand when she went to court to go and have her boys declared dead. Here we go.
Now let's turn back to the probate hearing underway in southeastern Michigan. Tanya Zevers is asking the court to declare her 3 sons, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, legally dead after they vanished back in 2010. And right now, who has taken the stand but the mother herself, Tanya? Let's go in together to hear her testimony.
State your name for the record.
Tanya Zuvers.
Could you spell your name?
Tanyazuvers.
And what city do you live in?
Morenci.
And is that in Lenawee County, Michigan?
Yes,
And how long have you lived in Morenci?
my whole life.
And how old are you today?
58.
It's part of the record. I want to take you back in time, Tanya, to when you met John Skelton and married John Skelton. When did you marry John Skelton?
September of 02.
And did you have children with Mr. Skelton?
Yes, I did.
And what were their names?
Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner.
And is that order that you just told me, is that their ages?
Yes.
Progressive?
Yes.
This is your body on day 1 of metabolic walking. And this is your body
Oh,
on day
holy
28
shit. Nobody
of
needed to see
metabolic
that,
walking.
Lord.
At some point, these 3 children, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, could you describe Andrew for us?
Andrew was my smart as a whip, wasn't a computer or video game that he could not conquer. I want to say he was probably around 4 or 5 and he was playing a video game and the girls had friends over and he did something on this video game and one of the friends said, "Well, wait a minute, I've been playing this game forever. I didn't know it did that. Show me how you did that." So here's this little 4-year-old showing this teenager how to play this video game. And so he was
smart,
very smart. They all 3 were very smart.
We're not here to determine who's the smartest, but
No.
I want a little bit of a description of each of the children.
Sure.
What about Alex?
I have to stop it right there just a second. Did you guys catch that? She's a registered sex offender. She just talked about, I think she's got older kids because she talks about being a grandmother, but she's a registered sex offender by the time these 3 boys are born. And yet, and then I guess she's got 1 or 2 daughters that are older than them from a previous relationship. And they had teenagers over at the house. She's a registered sex offender. Why is there any kids around her? And here's another question. Just ponder this as we're thinking this. If you're a registered sex offender, why should you be allowed to have any more children? Just thinking out of the box. I mean, shouldn't it be a crime if you're a registered sex offender to parent any of their children? I mean, I guess that's like putting us in like a third world country or some kind of controlling capitalist, whatever you want to call them, that we control our people. But she mothered 3 more children after registering as a sex offender. Why? I mean, would that solve a lot of problems in the world if that was just a law that, you're not allowed to have any more kids?
He was very inquisitive. If he could take it apart and put it back together, he was happy. He loved to be friends with his sister's friends. They were his girlfriends, he liked to call them.
Yeah.
He was going to be my ladies' man, I do believe. But fascinated with cell phones. Like, we always joke that someday he would be a cell phone programmer or builder.
Y'all, this is the last time I'm going to stop it for the next 5 minutes, I promise. But I'm side-eyeing her. I'm struggling with this mother a lot. There's so much I could say, but it'd be like beating a dead horse. But I'm still bothered. It doesn't stop me from being bothered. I don't like her. She needs to be slapped too.
Or something like that, because he was so into how does it work, and that, he just thought that was neat.
Yes. About Tanner.
Tanner was my baby. He had been 5 for 1 month when they went missing. Had just started in big school, was so excited to be in big school like his brothers. He was still had that little babiness to him. But he could tell stories, and he could tell them, and you would believe him because he would tell stories that were almost believable. And you're kind of going, I don't know. And then he would go, I'm just messing with you. And you're going, how do you do this? You know, but yeah.
Safe to say they were all pretty sharp children.
Yeah, they were. And they were each other's best friends. They were, they seemed to, very rarely did they fight. They were, but they were only like a year and 11 months apart, each of them. And so they were built-in best friends.
Right.
Tanya Zuvers describing all three children, a year, 7 months apart, each of them. She hasn't seen them in 15 years. She doesn't know what happened to them. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from her as she testifies to the probate court judge. Stay tuned.
It's a whodunit Hollywood story.
Monica Cimentelli is accused of plotting to kill her husband.
Celebrity hairstylist Fabio Cimentelli.
The celebrity stylist murder trial. Today, only on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a preview of tomorrow's big evidentiary hearing in the Karen Reed case.
Day after Thanksgiving.
Don't sell your house without getting bonus cash. I can buy your house fast and can pay your next month's mortgage.
In 2010, the last person who had the boys was the father. Let's go back in where we are hearing from the mother herself as she's describing each of her three sons.
Right. Now, we're going to get into some things that are not so happy, but that is, at some point, the marriage with John Skelton started to have problems. When was that?
September 13th of 2010, when he signed my sons out of school, telling the school that he was taking them on a family vacation to Florida that I had no idea was happening and was not invited to be a part of.
Okay. Were you guys still together on that day?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And what did you do in response to that?
My first call was to talk with a police officer. It happened to be Chief Larry Weeks, is who came. He told me that he would call John and see if he could get John to come to the police station and we could sit and talk. And while we were waiting for him to come to the police station, my daughters, who were older, both adults.
These are not children with John Skelton, correct?
Correct. They are not children with John Skelton. They are from my first husband.
Okay.
They came to Adrian on my behalf and met with an attorney and found out that the only way to prevent John from taking the children was, or for me to get custody of them, that I needed to file for divorce. And I said, well, do whatever you have to. In the back of my mind, I had always heard, if they take them out of state, you have a hard time getting them back, and I didn't know any of that. So.
Y'all, I'm going to stop it right there because I want to let y'all know where we're at. And that's for those that are just tuning in. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Will you do me a favor? Will you double tap your screen really fast? It takes 2 seconds. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, but it helps me, and I appreciate that. Let me let you guys know where we're at in this. Okay, so this is the Skelton Brothers case. Okay, there were 3 boys that went missing in 2010 from Michigan, and their father was the last person to have them. He had them over Thanksgiving, and they went missing supposedly the day after Thanksgiving. Now, that's when he was supposed to return them to their mother the day after Thanksgiving. So they're declared missing that day, which is Black Friday. All right. So when he did not return the 3 boys to their mother, she called the police. They started an investigation with it. I mean, y'all, they put in an Amber Alert for these boys. They did everything right with these boys. The FBI came in, the state police came in, the local police came in, police from other agencies. They had volunteer searches. They had the whole 9 yards looking for these boys. They didn't find them. Still to this day, nobody knows where these boys are. All right. So Sheriff Nanos. Anyways, that's another story. But all right, so here we are. The father, John Skelton, was charged with endangering children, and I forget what the other charges were, because his story is that he gave his 3 boys to a sect of people, underground sect of people that were going to keep his boys safe from this woman, his wife, their mother. And his reasoning behind it is that before he met this woman, she had to register as a sex offender at 34 years old for having relations with a 14-year-old. So he's saying that she was abusing his boys the same way that she abused those boys, or that boy. And of course, all that's covered. I can't tell you the name of the person or where the person's at that, he was a minor. That's all expunged now. So back to this. So John supposedly gives his children to this underground group to keep them safe from their mother, who he believes is now abusing. Okay. But supposedly his story has changed 2 or 3 times. We've only heard the one story that he's sticking to this one, that's what happened. The underground has the kids. Now, mind you, this happened 16 years ago, you guys. You would think after 16 years and these boys being 5, 7, and 9, that if they were in the underground somewhere or off with the Amish somewhere, that one of them would have found a computer and said, they're old enough to know that they were given away. So you would think after all these years, they'd be like, hey, I'm going to find my mom. Like, what's up? That's not happening here. So John got sentenced to 15 years in prison for this. Okay. Right as he was ready to get out of prison for this crime, the mother, Tanya, went to court. This was just in March of last year, 2025, went to court and had her boys declared dead. In November of 2025, right before John got out of prison, he was slapped with murder charges against his 3 boys. That's where we're at in the case right now. So what we're watching right now happened in March of last year, 2025, where she is before the courts asking them to declare her boys dead. And then, like I said, in last November, he was charged with murder. So he's never getting out of prison, you guys. The boys have never been found. The reason why this case came up to me, I just happened upon it, was because my girl Tashi sent some information about the 3 children whose skeletal remains were found over in Memphis. So then I started looking into it. Well, these names kept coming up, the Skelton boy names. I was like, well, who are the Skelton boys? So then I found, I think it came out yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday. where the news was putting out that the police do not believe that the remains of the 3 boys found in Memphis are the 3 missing Skelton boys. So then I was like, well, who's the Skelton boys? So then here we are. So we kind of, we're going down. I did as much as we could. We're not going to know anything about the 3 children that were found in Memphis until DNA results come back from that. That's already put on hold. So then now I detour. That's what happened. Found myself on John Skelton Lane. And here we are. The mother, no, these were poor people. There's no insurance. I think they did it right. Now, I don't like this mama at all, and I'm getting all kind of bad vibes off of this mama, and I'm getting even worse vibes off of his mama, because John, the daddy-o, who got rid of his children, his mama, his daddy, his sister, all of them think that those kids are in the underground. They're not even kids anymore, but hey, we'll call them that right now. That those kids are still in the underground, and they're completely safe, y'all. They're just so safe. They're safe. So I'm getting weird vibes from the whole group of these people. But I don't believe the mother had anything to do with it. I really don't. I am very concerned that, well, I think he did kill his kids. And I think at least his mother, if not the whole damn family, helped him get rid of. They have not found any remains on these children. None. Zero. Zilch. We deep down this rabbit hole now. I told you, Tashi, it was your fault. I mean, it was a whole right into John Skelton Lane. A man killed 8 children in Shreveport, Louisiana, some days ago. So horrible, so sad. Coffee, I covered that. I covered that, I think 3 nights in a row or something like that. We covered it. It's terrible. It's terrible. All right, let's keep going with this. I just wanted to get everybody up to date to where we are in this right now. So let's keep going.
I'm like, do what you have to do to get me custody.
Okay.
And we'll cross the next bridge when we get to it. I don't want him taking them out of state until we've had time to discuss this further.
Right.
So when he came to the police station, I said to him, I said, so how long do you plan on being in Florida? He said, I don't know, 3 weeks, a month, I don't know. I'll put him in school down there if we're going to be too long. And I said, well, you realize to enroll them in any school, you have to have birth certificates, you have to have social security numbers. You don't have any of that. Mm-hmm. And so we talked. I said, you know, we can go home. I can find that information for you. Just kind of playing his hand for a little bit just to see if I could get him to hold off. So we went to the house and I looked, pretty much found all the paperwork I needed right away, but I still had not heard from my daughters that everything had been signed and filed. So I was kind of holding off, and I don't even know how long we were at the house. And he come out of his he had a room where his computer was, and he came out and he started yelling at me, and he said, "You've been lying to me." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
No Wi-Fi setup, no messy wiring, no monthly fees, ever. And
Well, apparently when he decided to take them, he had made an appointment with an attorney and was going to consult. He claims he was just going to see what he could legally do about taking them to Florida. And ironically, he had the appointment with the same attorney that I had already retained. And that attorney called him and told him that they couldn't represent him because I had retained him. And so he started yelling and saying that I was lying and whatever. That he said, I'm out of here. I'm taking the boys with me. And he started yelling at the boys to get in the van. And Tanner was behind me, so I was able to keep him. And the other two were crying, and they got in the van because their dad got to them. He was in front of me going out of the house, and he made them get in the van. And he ended up taking off, and he made it to Florida with them.
Okay. What happened next?
So my mom, my youngest daughter, and I left.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice. Jack, let's talk about the standard of proof in a case like this. It's probate court, civil in nature, preponderance of the evidence. Why do you think with that standard they're presenting 3 days of testimony?
I don't think they need as much testimony as that, but I think there is something to this. And I think you really want to be really clear about the efforts that they went through, what they actually did. They spent enormous resources here. And it's not about covering themselves per se, but I really do think it has to do with showing their efforts and the competency and every.
Y'all, I don't know if you can see her, but listen, I'm being so judgmental, but I can't help it. Hold on. I'm being so judgmental. I can't help it, you guys. I understand that this is when she's on the stand right here, it's 15 years later. But I don't understand this kind of humaning. I don't understand this kind of mothering, human. I don't get it. I don't. Anybody? Y'all got anything? I mean, because I don't get this. Three, not one, not two, but three of her children went missing on the same day, and to a man she married who won't tell her where her children are. She's before the courts having them declared dead. And she's up there laughing. Do you know, you guys followed the Natalie Holloway case, the girl that went missing in Aruba. She was on her senior trip. She was fixing to graduate. She went on her senior trip to Aruba. She came up missing, and years and years and years, and never found her body. The guy who killed her was Joran Vandersloot. And it took years and years. In fact, it was just last year that he finally admitted to doing it. It's because the dumb fuck is going to stay the rest of his life in jail anyway. So he finally did it because we had him extradited to the United States for embezzling her mother. Anyways, that's a whole different case. But the dad, so Natalie had a younger brother, and her parents were divorced, and they years and years and years back and forth to Aruba. It was just terrible watching these people go through this, only to know that Natalie was put in the ocean somewhere. I mean, everybody knew it. And anyways, the dad finally told the mom. He said, look, we have got to have her declared dead. And the mom, of course, was struggling with that really bad. And he said, our son needs to go to college. We need to help him. We need to pay for his college. We've got life insurance on her. It's time. It's time. We can still keep fighting the court system and you're on, but still have her declared legally dead so we can help our son. Listen, I think that was the right thing to do. But do you know, her mom, her name was Beth, and she could not, I mean, it broke her just to admit and then have a court issue a death certificate on her daughter. It was kind of like the end of hope You know what I mean? And she couldn't even go to court to have her daughter. I mean, she just left it up to her ex-husband because it was not something she could handle. That to me is a normal reaction of all of this, of how this would happen, not what I'm seeing here. Do you know what I mean? I mean, do you guys get what I'm saying? It looked like she was smelling in the first pic as well when it first happened, Linda says. Hi, Nellie Joe. Good to see you, love bug. Kathleen, yes, they are. She has no tears. She knows. And the piece of shit father knows what happened to their kids. It's just weird. They're all so weird. Nobody's upset over these kids. His parents are crying over him being treated bad in prison. And I think she just wants to be done. What is happening? I don't understand. Coffee says, this story is bullcrap. This demon. Clearly she thinks the other demon has gotten away with murder. My opinion. Well, your opinion matters. This is nuts. I've never heard anything like this before. It's all Tashi's fault.
Thing that they went through to establish all of the evidence that they went through. But you can imagine, as I listen to this mom, imagine every single decision that she made, even as she was describing it, saying, if I had just said no, or forced this, or kept them, or did something different, would it have been a different outcome? And it feels a lot like an opportunity for her to voice all of this tragedy that's been bottled up in her for 15 years.
I just want to answer this for Coffee really, really quick. Hold on. Let me get to Linda real quick. Linda says, in my opinion, if she is an SO, she wouldn't be interested in her daughters. She wants him stuck in there for a reason. Okay. And then Coffee says, why would you declare your children dead? You must know that they're already dead, diabolical. Well, here's the deal. If she did not have them declared dead, y'all, he would be out on the street right now. He was getting out. Remember, he only had to do 15 years for quote unquote giving his children away. So she had to declare her children dead. So now they can charge him with murder. And that's what's happening. He was charged with murder in November. So if not, y'all, he'd be walking around out there living his best life. So what are the new charges against him? Murder. I can look up the exact charges and I'll let you know, Possum. Good to see you. Thank you guys so much for being here. Will you double tap your screen for me? Leanie, she's definitely not us. There's no way I could talk about something my heart wrenching and just acting like normal conversation. Yeah. It's just, it's so odd. It's so odd. I mean, if there was nothing to be had by it, like if she never had to worry about him getting out of prison, then there's really no, I would not have my children declared dead. I just wouldn't. But I understand the reasoning behind it, because if not, then, I mean, that's why he did this. That's why it was easier for him to say, I gave my kids away. I didn't kill them, because that can't be proven, right? So yeah, I'll go do 20 years in the pen for that. At least it's not life. I'll be young enough. I can still get out. And well, that's exactly what happened. But for some reason, we're going to find out the courts declared them children dead. And it is what it is. Let's see. Tosh says, I wonder if the police have organized this so they could charge him with murder before he got freedom. I think it's brilliant, don't you? I mean, here he's thinking, oh, just another 3 years, just another 3 Christmases, and I'll be out of here. You know, I'll be doing my thing and hanging out. And then another Christmas rolls. Oh, yeah, I'm out of here in 2 years. Oh, just out of here. And then a year before he gets out, bada bing, bada bang, bada. Hello, judge. Your children are now dead and you're being charged with murder. Congratulations. If that was by design, it's brilliant. Coffee says she's talking like she had something to do with it too. But my question would be, what is the gain for her? And why would he take it'd be interesting though. I just thought about some copy. If that's true, like what you and Linda are saying, that she did have something to do with it, will that come out in, because they're going to have to go to court. They can't just say, oh, now we're charging you with murder and congratulations, you're stuck. No, he has the right to a defense against them charges. That's 3 counts of murder. So if she did, I wonder if even if she didn't know, I wonder if he'll use that as a defense. But on the other hand, there is no bodies, you guys. There's no bodies. And if they don't have some hard freaking evidence against this guy, he could still walk. How are you going to prove 16 years later that it's all circumstantial. I'm going to have to look up and see if anything came out yet, if they're going to have what kind of hearings and stuff. I'll pull that up and find out, because that'll be interesting. That'll be, I want to know what kind, well, hopefully we'll find out in all of this, where she's on the stand right now, as to how they were able to declare them kids dead, other than it's been over the statute of I don't think it's called statute of limitations, but the statutes have already expired so that they can be declared dead. A lot of questions there. Good sleuthing, people.
Yeah, 15 years. It's just so hard to imagine. And, different people have weighed in. And if you look at social media, those watching the trial have said different things that they think of as to why maybe they're doing such a long hearing with all the evidence. One is certainly to make a record. But could it be, Jack, things like maybe there's going to be a civil lawsuit and they want to have this record for that? I think we have about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I guess I do understand that, but when you look at all the efforts that the police went through, I find it hard to determine that they could do it. There clearly nobody's going to be going after her. Clearly nobody's going after him, because he doesn't have the money either. There's no resources.
I agree. Jack Rice sticking around with us. Coming up, we're going to have more testimony from the Skelton Brothers' mother. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
If you have a yellow aura, you're a narcissist. What aura color do you have? You've probably noticed it.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are tracking several major trials this afternoon here at Court TV. In California, the state's case has now entered its 6th week of testimony in the celebrity stylist murder trial for Monica Simontilli. And in Michigan, a probate hearing is underway where a mom of 3 missing boys is asking the court to declare them legally dead. Our Court TV cameras are also in Iowa, where jury selection is underway for a man accused of killing his girlfriend after he told the police he was having, quote, visions of violence. We'll keep you updated on all of these trials throughout the day, of course. But for now, let's go back to Michigan. Now, the mother, Tanya Zuvers, is testifying at the probate hearing to have her sons, all 3, declared legally dead. Let's go back in where we left off.
Florida. On a Wednesday, we drove all night. We got into Jacksonville around noon. We went to the police station with my papers. Now
these papers, you had gotten an ex parte custody order from the court, is that right?
Correct.
And so you took that paperwork.
I took that paperwork with me and I said, what can you do? And everything was lined up for us. I think that officer walked us across the street to the courthouse, told us exactly what department we needed to go to. We went there, we showed the lady, this is what we have. We need to have this turned into Florida verbiage. And we picked that up the next day And around, I think I want to say it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a Friday. I called the sheriff's department. I said, I have this order and I need someone to serve it. And they knocked on the apartment door where he was staying, brought Andrew and Alexander out to me, and we left. But we had to stay in Florida for the weekend because the judge wanted to talk with both John and I before she allowed us to come home.
Now, you've thrown out different days of the week, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I know, and
so it's okay. But I want to make clear for the court that, you did give a date to start. That was September 13th. And all of those days that you just referenced, the Friday was September 17th. So it's right away. There's no delay in this.
Right. It was all that same week.
I mean, he left with the kids. You got an ex parte order the next day. The next day, you're on the way to Florida. Is that right?
Correct. On Wednesday.
You get there. You are immediately going to the court to get the order enforced, correct?
Yes.
And now you're to the point where you have to come back on Monday, which would have been September 20th.
Right.
And what did the judge say?
Well, we initially I was just gonna run the courtroom by myself. And we were sitting in the hotel room and my mom and I were talking and we decided we probably ought to find an attorney and maybe we should do that. We're in a strange town and it's huge.
You're talking about Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay.
And I don't even remember how we chose this attorney. I think we just opened the phone book and pointed because they actually had phone books back then. We went and we met with this.
Oh God, y'all, she's just driving me absolutely insane. I just pulled up the briefing on it, you guys. John Skelton, father of 3 missing Michigan boys, has preliminary hearing date set. This was published by Fox News, December 17th, 2025. And remember, so I have found 2 things where he is charged with 3 counts of open murder. Now I have to, I don't understand legal mumbo jumbo, so I will look up what that means. But he was charged with 3 counts of open murder and 3 counts of imprisonment. And then there's another one that says he was charged with 3 counts of imprisonment and 3 counts of homicide. So, but the brief here is that John Skelton appeared in court on Wednesday afternoon in connection with the alleged murders of his 3 sons. He will appear for a preliminary hearing on May 11th. I'm writing that down. Y'all, I'm going to be all over this like stink on rice. You hear me? I got this. The Skelton brothers, Andrew 9, Alexander 7, and Tanner 5, were last seen on Thanksgiving 2010. All right, so let's see. The briefing hearing included setting a date for preliminary exam for Skelton. He'll be back in court on May 11th for a hearing where more evidence is expected. Y'all, I'm telling you, I've already read a whole bunch of little while I'm sitting here listening to Homegirl's mouth run and her laughing and I just want to slap the shit off of her. I'm serious. Like, straighten your ass up. Sit up straight. Get that smirk off your face. Your babies are dead because that asshole you married. You're an SO. You shouldn't have even. Who the hell you think you are? That's what I want to do, but I'm not. Briefing is scheduled for May the 11th. I will be there and y'all be there. Be square with me. The backstory, you guys already know. They would have been such beautiful, beautiful young men right now, you guys. Okay, listen to this. John Skelton is accused of changing the story of where they were while he was at the hospital. What the hell? We haven't even heard about the. Hold on, let's just read the backstory really quick. I'll get through it. John Skelton's son, Andrew 9, Alexander 7, and Tanner 5, spent Thanksgiving with their father in Michigan in 2010. Their mother, Tanya, was supposed to pick them up from her ex-husband the next day. However, she stopped hearing from John, so she went to his house. He wasn't home because he was at the hospital after he broke his damn ankle, y'all. What was he doing to break his ankle? According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, he told the hospital workers that he injured his ankle while trying to commit an unaliving to himself. Police were able to get into his home and they were found it was found destroyed, but the boys weren't there. Was there violence in that house? John Skelton is accused of changing the story of where they were while he was at the hospital. He said they were with friends before telling investigators that the boys were given to an unknown woman. He also told the police that he gave them to an underground group that would keep them safe. Phone records helped police place John the day after the boys were last seen. He had been seen in Morenci early on November 26, 2010. According to the Michigan State Police, he went to Ohio. So he went from Michigan to Ohio. His phone pinged in Ohio about 20 minutes from his home, and it was shut off. Then pinged him back in Morenci about 2 hours later. Oh my God, those boys are in Ohio? Search parties looked for the boys, but they haven't been found. And John hasn't told anyone where they actually are or even if they're still alive, aside from the stories of giving them to unknown people. According to the mom, John previously claimed that the boys would hibernate until they graduate. All three boys are now old enough that they would have graduated from high school. Let's dig a little deeper. Up until November 2025, John was never charged in the connection with the disappearance of a son. However, he was sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison for unlawful imprisonment after pleading no contest to the charges. I mean, if you went and you killed your sons, wouldn't that be the thing to do? You'll be out in 10 to 15 years. Yeah, it's over. It's done. I'll go live my best life now. But little did he know. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, Thanksgiving Day 2010 wasn't the first time John took the boys from their mother. John was accused of taking the boys out of school 2 months before their disappearance. It is alleged that he was taking them on a trip to Florida, where his parents lived. John and his wife were divorced after this, and she was granted custody of the boys just before they disappeared. Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner were declared dead by a judge earlier this year. This news report came out last year in 2025. After the mother requested such a decision. In Michigan, a person is typically considered to be dead after they have been missing for 5 years. Murder charges. Just weeks before John Skelton was set to be released from prison for the unlawful imprisonment convictions, he was charged with 3 counts of open murder and tampering with evidence. Straight up. He now remains in the Lenawee County Jail on a $60 million bond. Homeboy's not getting out, y'all. It's just not going to happen for old Johnny boy unless they cannot convict him of murder. Listen, is it going to be circumstantial? I don't know. But remember, he sent them on a wild goose chase before he came up. He came up with all these different stories. He told them they were in a dumpster over here, and then they were in Ohio over there. And then they've got his cell phone records like a dumbass, and he goes to Ohio. Oh, for the love of God, you guys, this is gonna be nuts. This shit is bananas. BANANAS. Oh, just thought I'd share that with you guys so you know. Now you know. You guys know on May 11th where I'm going to be, and you better be here with me. Y'all, you better. This all Tashi's fault. Blame Tashi for getting us all involved in this one, but this is a good one, you guys. Justice for the Skelton boys, and screw the rest of this whole family and crew, including Mama. Including. Let's keep going.
Attorney, he met me on Monday the 20th. He met me at the court, and he and I went in, and John showed up with an attorney.
Okay.
And the first thing out of their mouth was my history. I had been in trouble, and so they brought that up.
Say goodbye to bad dog breath. This is Pro-Bright.
Yep, she's been in trouble. They brought that up. Listen. You're a horrible person too. You're horrible. You're no different than the man you married.
And the judge in Florida, and I cannot remember her name.
It's okay.
She went into her chambers and called up here and talked to Judge Noe, and their decision between the two of them, they both were in agreement that we jointly bring them back to Michigan together, and then once we got to the state line, then the custody agreement that Judge Noe had signed became effective.
Which gave you full custody of the
full
children.
custody of the boys.
Okay. So you get back to Michigan, and then on the next day would be September 21st. You're back in Michigan, right?
I think we got back on the 21st, like late. I can't.
But you didn't go home what I say is you were living at Congress Street.
Right.
Before you left. When you came back, where'd you go?
I moved to my mom and dad's house with the boys.
Okay.
For a couple weeks. And then I found I had a house I was living in with them.
So you get back to Michigan and you go to your parents' house, but you realize you don't have your stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I'm going to stop it right there. And this will be the last time for just a little while, but I want to read this to you really quick because I was curious about what the hell does open murder mean? I've never even heard of that before. So here it is. This is what he's charged with. Open murder is a legal term primarily used in Michigan for a charge that combines first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and sometimes manslaughter, allowing a jury to determine the specific degree based on evidence. It's called a catch-all charge. Often under MCL, it states a case, typically resulting in a mandatory life sentence if convicted of first-degree murder, or lesser terms for lower degree murders. Oh, for the love of God. So it's basically letting the jury pick if it's going to be first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter. If he doesn't get first-degree murder in at least one of these kids, you guys, he can get a lighter sentence than life. The good news is he's not exactly a spring chicken anymore. So there's that. So here's some examples in the charging mechanism. Prosecutors use open murder in the complaint when they have not yet chosen between first or second degree murder. Jury determination. The jury receives evidence at trial to decide if the killing was premeditated. Oh, y'all, this premeditated all day, or second degree. Pleas and sentencing. A defendant might plead to an open murder charge and subsequently face sentencing based on the highest level of proof, often leading to potential life imprisonment. Alternative charges. It allows the It allows the inclusion of lesser offenses such as voluntary or involuntary manslaughter within the same complaint. There you go. There you go. Oh, this is just gets crazier and crazier, y'all.
Did you go back to Congress Street to retrieve your belongings?
We did, and I moved out, you know, what I needed for the boys. I moved out necessities. And then once I got the house, then we kind of split up some of the furniture.
Was there an argument over a curio cabinet?
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about that.
So I was living in the Congress Street address, and before I left to go to Florida, we moved the curio cabinet out because at that point, I'm trying to remember. Anyways, we moved the curio cabinet out, and when John got home, when we got back from Florida, he flipped out that the curio cabinet was gone. He called me up. He's like, "Where's this at? What did you do with it?" I said, "That was mine. You gave that to me as a housewarming gift when we bought the house." And he's like, "I paid for that. That's mine." Okay, we moved it back.
Anyway, I looked into all of these names: Ozempic, tirzepatide, semaglutide, whatever.
This is the same curio cabinet that was found smashed to pieces.
Yes, sir.
So you're back in Michigan. You get the boys back in school?
I did.
Did you get them into counseling?
I sure did.
Okay. What happened next? Did you start a discussion with your attorney about parenting time? And
we did. And when I think back and I look in my papers, we had dates, but we never made it to those dates to get things finalized through the courts.
Right.
Because the boys disappeared.
But in your discussion with your attorney, did you guys, and I know John Skelton had an attorney as well, is that right?
Correct.
And so in the discussions between your attorneys, did you work out some Thanksgiving parenting time?
We did. We worked out some parenting time. I had agreed to allow him to have half of the Thanksgiving vacation. And then I would get them back on Black Friday.
And what time were you supposed to get them back?
Between 3 and 4 o'clock. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. But if I said 3 o'clock, would that be?
Yeah.
Correct. So Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday. Did you have a phone call with John on Wednesday night?
I may have.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of arguing over him telling the children that you went to jail?
I know that I had a conversation with him on that Monday night, I believe it was, when the boys came home and told me. I called him and he tried to say that they overheard him talking on the phone and that he didn't mean anything by it, that they were listening and not where they weren't supposed to be or something. And I said, why are you even having conversations with someone on a phone like that when you have the boys with you? Why would you even do that?
So the kids asked you about that?
They told me that Daddy said that I went to jail.
Okay. And I assume you were upset about that.
Oh, just a little.
So he then takes the boys for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Correct.
And where did you spend Thanksgiving?
I went to my sister's house in Kunkel, Ohio.
Okay.
To do our normal family get together, make crafts and have fun.
And did John try to contact you that day?
I think so. Yeah.
And did you talk to him?
Not till that evening.
So you didn't want to be bothered
Well,
with Thanksgiving?
No,
There was
I
no
mean,
messages.
If it's an emergency, you can call me, but you don't need to keep texting me and blowing my phone up.
Right.
You're supposed to be spending time with your sons.
So later in that afternoon, did you eventually have a conversation with him?
We did talk.
What'd you talk about?
Honestly, don't remember. I'm sure I said something about blowing my phone up, and then the whole having to tell the boys, and I know that we had a fight. And I had told him, because he had asked me if I ever thought we could get back together, and I said, no, I don't think we can after what's happened this week. I don't know how I could.
Okay. And you think this was Thanksgiving evening?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your next contact with John?
I think I texted him either Friday morning, Friday early afternoon, wanted to know if I could pick the boys up earlier than the 3 o'clock.
And why did you want to pick them up earlier?
My dad and I were gonna take the younger grandchildren and go see if we could find clothing, apparel for my nephew's football team. He was playing in the state football finals at Ford Field.
He played for Hudson.
He played for Hudson.
Okay.
And so we were going to go see if we could find them Hudson Tiger sweatshirts, because we only have Emergency Bulldog sweatshirts at our house. So, and the boys were so excited. My dad would talk to them about going to watch this game, and that we were going to be inside and we didn't have to wear coats. They just couldn't understand that, because every football game they'd ever gone to was outside and it was cold.
Right.
So they were excited. And so we thought that would be kind of fun to take and go find orange and black clothes.
Gotcha. So what was John's response?
He said, well, we're not home right now. We went to my friend's house. We're north of Jackson. I don't know when we'll be home.
Giving some good information about the history of this case. In September, before November, this was a custody issue. They were not getting along, and she agreed she would have the children. They both had lawyers, and then he would get to see the children Thanksgiving Day until about 3 p.m. on Black Friday. And we know that she did not see these children again. Stay tuned. We'll take a break. We'll get you back inside court in just a moment.
Yeah, while they're taking a break right now, listen, I know that they were with their father, and it was their father's time with them. That was his, I know how the court things work and how you have to split time and all this other stuff with the other parent. But I'll be damned if a holiday is going to go by and I didn't speak to my children on that holiday. I mean, you got time to call him and he's got time to call you on that holiday, and you're fighting on a holiday. I mean, I think I would have just said, look, it's a holiday, dude. Like, we'll fight about this tomorrow. You know what I mean? But let me talk to my kids really quick so I can wish them a happy Thanksgiving. I don't understand that kind of parenting. I don't understand that kind of humaning. Can somebody help me understand that? I don't know. That just sounds awfully weird to me. It's Thanksgiving. Just say, can you put your kids on the phone, please? Can I talk to my sons real quick? I mean, had she done that, she might be able to narrow down the time that he got rid of her children. But she didn't bother to talk to her kids on Thanksgiving. So even though they're declared dead the day after Thanksgiving, they very well could have already went missing on the 24th. It doesn't make any sense.
That and closing arguments, a preview of tomorrow's big evidentiary hearing in the Karen Reed case. We'll unpack the motions set to be argued with insight from our trial insiders.
Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Breaking down the week's big hearings from the most anticipated trials in
Welcome,
our daily
Jane.
spotlight. Plus, a closer look at true crime cases with our
Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. We double tap your screen. Please, I would appreciate it so much. That's all I ever ask. That's it.
Turning now back to Michigan, where we are watching a probate court hearing in the missing Skelton Brothers case. Tanya Zuvers is asking the court to declare her three sons legally dead after they went missing more than a decade ago. The boys' father, John Skelton, was the last known person to be with the boys during Thanksgiving of 2010. Now, Skelton, eventually pled guilty to parental kidnapping, though the boys' bodies have never been found. He also has refused to give any information about what happened to them or where they might be. Let's head back to court now, where the court is hearing from Zuvers herself.
I said, well, just keep in touch with me and let me know. And so we left it at that. Well, then I saw movement at his house. And
now let me stop you for a second. You
I
say you
how
saw.
I saw movement
There you go.
out my kitchen window.
So where you were staying?
Where I was staying between the neighbor's tree and house and across the empty lot, I could see his driveway.
Okay.
I saw a vehicle pull in his house and I saw two people come out and get in the car and leave. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. So I message him. I'm like, hey, are you home? And he's like, no. And then that's when he tells me that, oh, actually, the boys aren't with me. I was home. The boys are with my friend. She's bringing them home at 3:00. I'm on my way because I fell off the ladder. I'm going to the hospital. I don't know. I hurt my foot. I said, okay. And I knew he was doing some house remodel or something. So I didn't think anything about that he fell off the ladder.
Okay, I'm just going to stop it right here. Again, none of this is making any sense. And I know I'm not making any sense. And I know I'm probably making this worse. But, okay, it's Thanksgiving weekend. You're across the street from where your boys are at because you said you can see his driveway. So you're apparently across the street. He tells you that the boys aren't with him because he's got to go to the hospital. So then why didn't you say, well, where's my boys? Why are they with somebody else? Just, I'll come and get them. You go to the hospital, get you a cast, and then I'll bring them back over to you. Why is it okay? I don't understand. None of this makes any sense. Y'all, I'm telling, I think I'm on the same page with some of the ladies here that have said she's involved. This don't make any sense. Unless it was his mother. And I'm still side-eyeing her.
Those two people, was that Kelsey Borowski?
I found out later that it was Kelsey Borowski picking him up to take him to the hospital.
And who is Kelsey Borowski?
She would be his cousin's daughter.
Okay. So she's taking John to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. So 3:00 comes. Are there any kids?
No.
4:00 comes.
Nothing. And my attorney had told me that he said, now if we're right at 4:00 or 4:01, you don't need to be calling right away to report them, but I know you're gonna. Mm-hmm. He said, you gotta give them a little leeway or whatever. And I said, no, at 4:01, I'm calling because something's not right.
Okay.
So I called and I was told that emergency officer was.
Who'd you call?
911.
Okay.
Emergency officer is not available, but we will have him get into contact with you when he gets back to town.
Okay.
couple phone calls later, still not available. So my dad and brother-in-law take a drive, and they find Morency's officer. And he said, it was Officer Hillard. He said, well, they told me to just get a hold of her later tonight. He goes, I didn't know it was right away. And so then they explained what was going on, and he came right over. And that's when he went in the house to do a welfare check and found mass destruction.
So were you with Officer Hillard when he?
I was not. I was, my aunt and uncle lived up the street, and so I went to their house just because we all just had a bad feeling.
Okay.
And I made the decision I didn't want to be there if
Something bad
was happening. So
when the police went to enter this home, though, the home, was the back door wedged?
yes.
And so
When my sister and I went there and we kind of were walking around the house to see if we could see in, the only place we really could see in was the back door.
Let me stop it right there. I'll just get to these with you guys. All right. So Turtle Rose, welcome. I talked to a guy that knew John at work, and he told me John would never harm his kids. That's all I know. It was during work, and then life got in the way after that. So this case has always been a puzzle to me, but was told not to believe her either. Oh, I don't believe a word this dumb bitch has to say, Turtle Rose. I'm going to tell you that right now. Something is totally off with both sides of the family. They are cray. I mean, Looney Tunes. I mean, when you see a cuckoo clock coming, the bird comes out and its little eyes swirl around his head. Cuckoo. You know, that's when I'm listening to her talk, that's what I hear. She is a registered sex offender, you guys, before she even had these 3 kids with John. She was involved with a 14-year-old when she was 34 years old. There's a lot to the story. I blame Tashi because I was going down something, looking into the Memphis case of the 3 kids that they found their skeletal remains. And somehow I skirted right over here to John Skelton Lane, because the Skelton boys' names started coming out being linked with the Memphis skeletal remains that were found. So when it was put out like 14 or 15 hours ago that the police do not believe that the remains that were found in Memphis have anything to do with the Skelton children, I was like, well, wait a second here. What's going on with the Skelton children? Who are the Skelton children? I had never heard about the Skelton children, and here we are. And you guys, so he went to prison. The daddy-o went to prison. Oh, John Skelton went to prison for 15 years for not tampering, for imprisonment of his 3 children, because he told the police that he gave his kids to an underground group of people because they weren't safe with their mother, who was has an RSO, right? And that he felt like she was abusing his children the same way she abused the 14-year-old. So all they could get him on was, because the kids now are missing, they're gone. Okay. And this happened in 2010. The kids are gone. And so all they can get him with is imprisonment, because he didn't return the children whenever he was supposed to return the children. So he spent 15 years in prison. He was fixing to get out on that charge. What we're watching right now is back in March of last year, she goes back to court to have Michigan declare the 3 boys dead. So now that Michigan has declared the 3 boys dead, now he has been charged with 3 counts of open murder. And I just explained what that was for those of you that don't know. And then also I don't know how many counts of tampering with evidence. So this case has got, I've never heard of these boys. God bless their souls. I believe they're dead. And I guess they have got a case and against him because he's told so many lies in this. And they have got some, what do you call it? Phone, what do you call mapping or whatever, I can't think, GPS and stuff on him, like going back and forth, leaving and going to Ohio. Of course, he turned off his phone, because that's what everybody does. They turn off their phone like dumbasses. And so he turns off his phone, goes to Ohio, and then turns his phone back on when he gets back to Michigan. So, I mean, that just tells me that he went and dumped his boys in Ohio. But they did everything right for this case, you guys, as far as the police did. They put an Amber Alert out right away for these children. They, the FBI came in, the state police came in, a bunch of different agencies from around their area came in. They did community searches, arm in arm together, looking for these boys. They still have not been found 16 years later. Turtle Rose says, I believe they're still alive with someone else, not a relative. Very possible, but at this point, probably the only thing that's going to get O'Daddy-O John off is that the boys are produced, and they're already, when they were abducted or given away or killed, they were already 5, 7, and 9. So this is 16 years later. Do the math. So the only way that Daddy's getting off on this these murder charges now, you guys, is for the boys to be brought out of hiding. So there's that, right? They're pretty much, they're adults now. They're adults. So there's no reason if they're alive, who are they hiding from now at this point? But I do believe his relatives, listening to his mother and his father and his sister talk, you guys, they sound guilty as all get out.
In a 2x4 and wedged it against the door and against the steps that went up into the dining room so that you couldn't get in the house.
So did the police have to force their way in?
I understand that they did, yes.
Okay. What happened next?
He went through the house, did not find the boys.
Now, at some point, you find out that John had tried to commit suicide.
Yeah, and that's what I was just trying to think. Because I remember, I'm pretty sure I made that phone call from Mom and Dad, so I must have went back to my mom and dad's house, and I called to Fulton County Health Center, and I asked to speak to the nurse taking care of him, and the nurse, he said, well, are you two still married? And I said, yes, we're still married. I've filed for divorce. And he said, well, technically you're still his wife, so I'm going to tell you. John is here because he tried to kill himself. And that was the first I heard that.
Okay.
And I said, okay, does he have 3 children with him? And I explained to them, my sons we can't find them. They're not at the house. John had them. Claims there's a woman that had them, but there's nothing. And he said, no, ma'am, there are no children here with him.
And did you relay this information to the police?
Yes.
And what did they do that you know of?
I know that Officer Hillard went down to Fulton County. And then pretty much the next thing that I heard, or that I can recall, Chief Weeks called and wanted to have a sit down, him and I. And I want to say it was like 1 a.m. or something. And so one of my sisters and I and my dad went to the police station to sit down. Chief Weeks said that this is, we have the Amber Alert, and in another couple hours, this is not going to look like Morency's police station because we have people coming in from all over
to look for the boys,
to look for your sons and find out what John did.
Are you pregnant, sailor?
Now, over the next, I know this is difficult, and if you need to take a break, you just let me know, okay?
All right, let's bring back in criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, still with us this hour, Jack Rice. And Jack, boy, you and I talk a lot about people and going through the system. And I often talk about trust your gut, especially as a mother. You as a father, trust your gut. How chilling that she said at 4:01 on Black Friday, no, I'm calling now because something's not right. And sure enough, then they do a welfare check. The boys aren't there. She found mass destruction in the home of the father. Fast forward, he tries to kill himself. The children aren't with him. He allegedly left them with a woman. They're not there either. What are your thoughts at this point?
Yeah, it's all of those things, right? We all know, and I don't know where this comes from, but I think as parents or those of us who love our children or those who we take care of, that this matters and that gut really matters. But as I think about this, what really comes to mind, Your Honors, every time we have seen these kinds of cases in the past, sometimes when you see the abuse of a child at the hands of one of their parents, sometimes both of their parents, one of the questions we always ask ourselves is, where was Child Protective Services? How did they possibly drop the ball? How did they not catch this? How did they not see this? But follow the story for just a second. Think about where we are right now, where this mom is talking about, he lawyers up, she lawyers up. The first fight comes in and says, well, don't remember, she was in jail previously. And all of a sudden you get this clouded question of, well, how does that impact this? And then you say, well, look at the things that he's done and how does that impact this? And then all of a sudden what you get is this question of, what does Child Protective Services do if you step into a situation where there seems to be parents involved, there are lawyers involved, but both sides are pointing at the other, and sometimes you're asking yourself, are they doing it because it's true? Are you doing it as a tactic? And so what you get is this very difficult space where you keep asking, what could we have done differently? How could the system have stepped in earlier to protect these 3 little boys and didn't? And I think this little example is a perfect vignette of sometimes how that happens.
Yeah, you're right, because the system was already involved by virtue of the custody dispute and the divorce. You're so right. Let's talk a little bit about the legality of this type of hearing. So this is probate court, civil, preponderance of the evidence, very different than beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a standard that requires the party with the burden of proof, in this case the mother, to show that her version of the case is more likely true than not. It's a very low standard, more likely true than not. How do you, let me rephrase that, Jack, do you prepare any differently for this kind of case where it's preponderance of the evidence versus a criminal case, for instance, where it's beyond a reasonable doubt?
I do, and there really is a difference when you think about these standards. The highest standard that we have in American jurisprudence is in criminal cases, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Preponderance, sometimes we describe it like this. Imagine having 500 pounds on 2 different sides of a scale and dropping a feather on one side. That's all you need. You have to say, it's just a little bit more likely true than not. And so sometimes what you don't have to do is spend as much time filling gaps that you might otherwise be feeling if you're dealing with higher standards of proof. And so you're spending more time on that bigger questions to say, let's talk about why this is true and how this is true and what we have done. And in this particular case, really showing not just that 5-year time gap, not just how much effort that they went through, and really showing all of those broader reasons why this investigator detective who was involved for 12 years, all that was done. This is over, dare I use this term, overkill in terms of all of the things that they have proven. But at the same time, you still don't want to lose this. And so you don't just wave your hand and say, close enough. You come in and you say, I want to win this. You never want to be just a smidge over. You want to give them all that they need, so this is an easy outcome for the court.
Yeah, and they're doing that. They are providing a lot of information, Jack, to your point. Stand by. We do have to take a break. Of course, when we get back, we're going to go back in to hear more from the mother of young Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner about what else she knows about what might have happened to her children. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Court TV Live. Before we get you back into court, we have a quick update out of Utah, where last week a judge denied bail for a woman accused of murdering.
Tells him to not think of her as a monster and to remember her who she was before she opened her mouth. And the informant tells the defendant that he was frightened by. Tells him to not think of her mouth. And the informant tells the defendant that he was frightened by what she had told him. She tells, and I quote the informant.
And I think the court will understand. Over the next several days, there were obviously multiple search parties that were put out.
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
I was vaguely.
Okay. How were you getting updates?
Pardon?
How were you getting updates on what was going on?
There was an FBI agent that was assigned to come to the house periodically with updates. And there was also, I'm not going to remember exactly what her title was.
It's okay.
But she was kind of there beside me pretty much through daytime hours.
Like victim services type person?
No, she was a doctor of psychiatry or something.
Okay.
And so she was just there with us. And
your garage floor can go from this to this in just one day. Here's why homeowners are making the switch to polyaspartic coatings. Unlike standard epoxy that can take days to cure, our industrial grade coatings are fully installed in just one day. They're 4 times stronger than epoxy, UV stable, and backed by our lifetime warranty.
if I had questions or if we needed something, and she would help to kind of understand after the agents would leave, and if I had questions about what they told us or that type of thing.
So the children were on some medication.
2 of them.
Okay, who was that? Which 2?
Alexander and Tanner both had asthma and had daily pill that they had to take, and then they also had rescue inhaler and a breathing machine if things got really bad. And in this fall, it was...
Is the breathing machine a nebulizer?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find out at some point that medication was still at the house on Congress Street?
Yes.
Did you also find out that the coats and boots of the children were given to John Skelton's aunt?
I did not know where they found them. I know that they came to the house to have me identify that was their stuff, but I never knew where they found them.
Did you know that their toothbrushes were also?
No, I did not know about the toothbrushes.
Okay. You've learned that since?
Yes.
You learned about the curio cabinet being destroyed?
I saw that because they did take me to the house. They said, we know you didn't live here, but it hasn't been that long since you've lived here, and you might be able to point out things that might not be obvious, except that everything was destroyed.
Now, there was a suicide note that was written to you. You aware of that?
I know there was one written. I've never seen it.
Okay. Were you told about it?
Yes.
Okay. In these updates, were you being told about the lies that John was telling about the different scenarios of where the children
I
could
don't
be?
think really in the beginning right away. I know it's just that time was so foggy for me.
I understand.
Because I felt like I was living somebody's nightmare.
Right.
Wait. Whoa. Listen, does this not sound like she's protecting him? So when the police get involved in this, which is on the 26th, Black Friday, she calls the police. So the police are all involved in this. They go to where John was supposedly living with the boys. They come back and tell her, look, we need you to come to the house. We know you didn't live there, but we need to see if this is kind of the way that it was when you were living here, or if something's off. And she's like, yeah, something's off. Didn't look like that because the house was destroyed, right? I mean, it looks like he went through the house and he just beat the hell out of everything, and a lot of violence happening in there and stuff, which makes me scared for the boys. And then, but surely they would have known if there was any blood there, because they did a full investigation. Kudos to Michigan for knowing their shit when it comes to policing a situation. So good on that. But still, if the kids had to view that. But anyways, back to what I was saying is he had left her a note for a suicide, and yet she never saw it. It's not like, I've never heard of a case where the police have held back that kind of evidence from like the person it's to, or to somebody that can help them give some answers to what's all going on. To me, it sounds like she declined to read that note. She declined it. This is not sitting right. This is not, it's not sitting right. I would read the damn letter. Obviously, he's still fucking alive. Give me the damn letter. Maybe I could figure something out. So, you know what I think? I think he killed his kids and he planned to kill himself, and he's a chicken shit. That's what I mean, Thea. Thank you. Welcome. But no, that's what I mean. She didn't want to see it. And that's weird to me because I would want to see everything. I would want to know everything because I want to know where my boys are at. So it sounds like to me, oh, that's too painful that he might want to kill himself. Fuck you. He took your kids. Y'all, I'm telling you, this whole thing stinks. Shady. Every last one of them. Shady as hell.
It's okay. We only want you to talk about what you remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember in our conversations, we don't want to guess.
Right.
We only want to talk about what you know.
Correct.
Okay. At some point, and this was not very long after November 26, 2010, the FBI came to you and told you that your children are probably not alive.
Correct.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you want to believe it?
No.
Did you want to hold out hope that they were alive? Yeah.
And I did for quite a while.
Okay. So at some point, this case gets turned over to the Michigan State Police.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you meet Detective Sergeant at the time, Jeremy Brewer.
Yes, I did.
And I think you and Mr. Brewer became very close. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you had many in-depth discussions with Mr. Brewer about what happened in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And at some point, you knew that your children were no longer alive.
Correct.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact moment. I think it came on slowly in that I logically, I said from day one, my sons are smart. If my sons are out there in the world with someone they don't know, one of them, because the three of them work together very well, one of them, and more than likely it would have been Alexander. He was my more vocal, social, would just tell the person next to them, this isn't my mom or dad. And
can absolutely understand how she as a mother would not be able to process or accept that the children were not still alive, even though she didn't know where they are. 15 years later, she's asking this court to declare them legally dead. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll get you back in the room.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a preview of tomorrow's big evidentiary hearing in the Karen Reed case. We'll unpack the motions set to be argued.
I swear by this stuff. If I had to drop 30 pounds all over again, I'd just eat stars and honey.
Accusing her of abuse. He is currently serving 10 years in prison in connection to their disappearance. He is set to be released in November of this year. Let's go back to court together. We're hearing from the mom, Tanya Zuvers, on the witness stand.
I know that if you call this number, my mom will answer.
Mm-hmm.
And
in fact, they knew how to call 911
they did.
because they'd done it, correct?
I found that out.
Okay. Do you know who killed your children?
John Skelton.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed your children?
There is no doubt in my mind.
Is there any doubt in your mind that John Skelton killed your children on November 26th, on or about November 26, 2010?
No, there is no doubt.
You know, if your children were alive, they would have found you.
Yes, they would have.
So today they would all be adults, correct?
Correct.
So any explanation that you've ever been told or heard about why John Skelton would have hidden them? They're adults today.
Correct.
They could walk through that door right now,
Wish they could,
but they can't. Why is that?
because John killed them.
I know a lot of people have asked questions about why are you doing this?
Correct.
And you and I have had some long discussions about that. We talked about a headstone.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that one of the things you wanted to make clear to the court is that it's important to you that you want to be able to put a date on that headstone. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that date November 26, 2010?
Yes.
You're asking the court to declare what you know happened, that John Skelton killed your children on November 26, 2010. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you think this shows respect to the children that we are doing this?
Yes, it does. Because their dad showed them no respect. And I shouldn't even say their dad. John Skelton showed them no respect. Because any loving father would not have done what he did. And I owe them the respect that we may not have their bodies, but they're still, their lives still meant something, and there is a place to go.
They deserve a death certificate.
They do.
Tanya, I'm proud of you and the courage you've shown.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Can I just say thank you? Hi, I know you testified that the boys would all be adults now, but can you tell us exactly how old Andrew would be today?
Andrew would be 20. I'm going to get it wrong because it's 25, but he would be 23.
Okay. And what about Alexander?
He would be 21.
And Tanner?
And Tanner would be 19.
Okay. Earlier, you testified that you didn't want to be present at the time that the house was searched by Officer Hilliard on November 26th of 2010 in case they found something. Did you have that initial gut feeling on that day at that time that the boys were no longer alive?
I don't know that I had the initial gut feeling, but something told me that this wasn't just a case that a friend, as John Skelton told me, had the boys. When the door was wedged shut and we couldn't get into the house, that's just not normal. People don't do that. And so I think in the back of my mind, I was afraid that we were going to find 3 bodies in there. And I didn't want to be there for that.
You've heard some testimony today about the children and passports, and it sounds like none of the law enforcement were 100% sure on that question. So can you answer that question of whether the children
do not have passports?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And over the years, what all did you personally do to help attempt to find the boys?
Oh my goodness. First off, social media sharing missing fly.
All right, still with us, Jack Rice. Jack, you listen to her, then I think you can presume the children are dead. However, what about exploring in this hearing the father's claims and the potential that the children are alive? Because we really don't see that happen.
Actually, in some ways, I think there is some value to that because you want to be able to shut those down. I mean, anytime you have alternative theories, there are times when what you want to do is individually just knock them out and say, this isn't because of this, this isn't because of that. All of those things have value. But, you know, one thing I do like, Your Honor, about this at the very end was the big ask. I mean, sometimes when we're in court, when it's hearings like this, when they're criminal cases, when they're civil cases, is you have to ask and tell the jury what you want. You want to tell the judge what you want them to do, because there are times when you can have litigation and then this can go through the gamut. And what you want to be able to say is, can you tell the court what you want them to do? Because it frequently, I suspect you were in this space where you would think to yourself, what do they want? Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll probably do it, but it would be more helpful if you said, please do this. this is what I want to have happen. This is the outcome that should take place in this case. Now, we know it's obvious that it's going to be one of two things, but still, I think that big ask and the answer and that direction is something that the court actually likes.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I have to ask this. Why has the father not been charged with murder, Jack Rice? And let's just keep it really short.
Yes, it's a great question. And I think they didn't have enough, but they didn't want to just simply kick it down the road and say, we're going to let him go until we get more information.
Yeah, will he be charged? We'll have to wait and see. Thank you so much, Jack Rice. As always, love having you on. Coming up, more testimony from the mom in the missing Skelton Brothers case. Stay with us here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
A vet told Rob Lowe this about
Marina, I'm glad you're feeling better, honey. You guys, thank you so much for being with me. Will you double tap your screen really fast? Takes 2 seconds and doesn't cost anything. And that's all I ever ask of anybody. Let me get Marina. So life got in the way, so I haven't yet been able to do more on the Letitia Stout case. All I know, I did check. I have been watching it, and nothing has come out in the courts yet as far as her being moved to the county jail, or I don't know what's going on with as far as there's nothing that has come out yet in any kind of movement with it. So there's nothing yet. I don't know if it's still in the Supreme Court up there in their state. I don't know what's going on, but there has been no movement in that as of tonight when I went live. I checked it. Wild Angel says, done means it happened with how your knowledge and you found out later. Did means you're familiar and do know something about what happened. I don't necessarily think she had anything to do with her kids going missing, but she was a terrible mother. I mean, let's just call it as we see it, you guys. Let's just be honest. Look, there are many families that have to split their time up with their kids. It's almost the norm in America that divorced families, you know, one holiday mom gets, the next holiday dad gets. But just because mom or dad has got them doesn't mean the other parent wouldn't call on that holiday just to say, hey, happy Thanksgiving. I miss you. Have a great time with your dad. Or however, just anything like that, right? Instead, she took time to argue with the kids' dad on Thanksgiving on the phone instead of asking, hey, can we do this tomorrow? It's Thanksgiving. Can I just talk to my kids real quick? And then she said that where she was staying, she's across the street and can actually see the house that her kids are staying at with their father. And she notices two people come up in the driveway who she believes is relatives of his. And so she texts him, hey, everything okay? Well, it's Thanksgiving. Why are you texting? Quit being a bugaboo. You can't even call your kids. And then he tells her, yeah, everything's fine. The kids aren't with me right now. I'm going to the hospital. I broke my ankle. Why, as a mother, wouldn't you say, well, where are the kids at? Why would, if they can't spend the day with you, why aren't they with me? And then when you get done at the hospital, I'll just bring them back over to you. I mean, isn't that, maybe I did things wrong. I don't know. But I'm telling you, no, I don't think she was involved in it. But I think the only reason why she is divorcing this guy doesn't have anything to do with not loving him. I think they both use these kids against each other. I think they're terrible. Well, obviously he's a terrible parent, but she's no angel herself. Not even that. To her own kids, she is a registered sex offender for assaulting a 14-year-old child before these three were even born. She's a terrible parent. Terrible. I'm not getting notifications either, so I need to get back with y'all. Love you so much, Leanie. Bless your heart. What's this case about? Oh, girl, it's just a nutty case. It's one of those that I feel like my blood pressure's going up, my blood pressure's coming down. I mean, I think I ate a half a pound of coffee cake because I'm out of, I don't know. This is crazy. This is crazy. These people, something is wrong with the whole clan. Marina, the only thing I could tell you to do, honey, is a lot of people, the notification, YouTube does what YouTube does. Sometimes they say if you unsub and then resub back, that it'll fix your notifications. All I can say is make sure your bells are switched on, and then I will try to ring a ding dang you. So y'all, first of all, I can't believe I've never heard of this case before. Cannot believe it. Cannot believe I've never heard of this before, especially to be as old of a case as it is. And I live about 3 hours from these people. I just can't believe it. But here's the deal. He is now charged with 3 counts of open murder and tampering with evidence. His first court case for all of that is May 11th. I will be right here with a live going. Y'all make sure your bells are turned on and put it on your calendar and come and sit with me, because I'm going to follow this one to the end. First, unless they got some really good stuff, which it looks like they've done. I've done a little bit of research on it. It's all going to be circumstantial evidence. And then second of all, what defense is he going to use? Is he just going to say it's not true, you don't have bodies, so what? What's going to happen there? Or third, is he actually going to use her and say, we both did it? I mean, nobody knows. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. I don't understand how the RSO doesn't have the kids removed from them at birth. I mean, how can you have kids and not be around other kids at the same time? Exactly right. And she's so stupid. Not that she could be, I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but she said right there on the freaking stand that when her boys were in her care, that they were so smart that they could use video games and cell phones and all this and other. And they actually taught her older girls or her older daughters, friends, teenage friends, how to use them. She has an RSO. She's not supposed to be around anybody under 18, much less somebody else's kid. And she just said that on stand. I want to know what the statute is. Bitch needs to go to jail. She violated that. Sorry. See, this is the problem, you guys. This is the problem. Somebody wants to go and buy them some marijuana illegally. Go sit in their car and have a good toke. And we put them in prison, and God forbid we ever let them out. But we're letting these freaks walk around and do what the hell they want to our kids and their kids. They don't give a shit. Our judicial system is so fucked up. Yes, Chad. Yes, I forget his last name right now. But yeah, but at least you know what? He admitted to it, hands down. It was over. I'm glad that did not go to trial. And believe me, I love me some trials. I love it. But that was so vile and so sick. Chad, I just had it and it went away. I'm glad he just admitted to everything and went his ass straight to jail. All right, let's do this. Let's continue. This is nuts, you guys. Nuts.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala.
And I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Court TV is tracking several big cases in Florida. Jermaine daughter
Video of what officials believe the boys would look like now. Skelton told police that he believed Zuvers was sexting the boys and that they were with a woman who officials later said did not exist. Now, Skelton then changed the story to say he gave the boys to an underground society to protect them from their mother. Investigators called all of Skelton's claims, quote, bold-faced lies. He did plead guilty to unlawful imprisonment in their disappearances and is set to be released from prison coming up in November.
Skelton briefly appeared in court this morning for a probate hearing where the boy's mother is asking a judge to declare them legally dead. Skelton waived his right to stay for the hearing.
The boy's mother is still testifying, so let's head back into court.
Aiding with age progression through National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Any interview that I could do, we did a story with John Walsh. He came out. Podcast, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to on podcasts or done countless interviews with anybody to just get the information out there.
Did you participate in any of the searches that were done?
I did not.
Okay. Why not?
I couldn't.
So this is my first day starting free printable Tai Chi walking program. And this
family did. I was just.
Did you have that same fear that you had on November 26th?
I think so. I was living somebody's nightmare. And at that point, I didn't know what end was up. So to go out and participate in public, and no offense to media, but I was nowhere ready to face anybody with a camera or a microphone.
Now, there was testimony regarding Alexander calling 911 on that day that he was with John and, felt scared or alone or that he couldn't find his dad when both of them had been in the house the whole time. So did you teach your kids about 911?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we, along with your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s and your address and your name and who's your mom and who's your dad. And, you learn about, that was just an automatic mom thing. You teach them about 911. And like I said, Alex was fascinated with phones anyway. So am I surprised that he's the one that would have done something like that? No. He was my very vocal child.
Okay. And do you believe that if your sons were out there and had the opportunity to call 911 in the past 15 years, they would have?
Definitely.
And you heard the testimony today from all of the law enforcement personnel that the boys hadn't been heard from or seen since November 26, 2010, correct?
Correct.
Does that lead you to believe as well that the boys are deceased?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
If you're comfortable, I'd like to hear a little bit about the dynamics between you and John and what that environment was like. And if you're not comfortable enough to share, I understand.
No. I thought we were in a happy marriage. I mean, couples have problems, they have fights. He had at one point mentioned that he would like to move to Florida or at least go down there and try to look for a job. And I said to him, I said, we can't just uproot and move to Florida. School just started. There's processes. When are you thinking you want to do this? And this was like the weekend before he took them to Florida. And he said, well, in a couple months or whatever. And I said, because of my criminal past, there are things that I have to look into before I can just up and move. I can't just, we have to find out. And I said, I can make those phone calls on Monday and say, what do I have to do to move? Apprehensive about it just because Morency's a small town. Everybody there knew what I had done. I had paid my time. I was welcomed back into the community. Going somewhere new where nobody knows me. I think ultimately that was John Skelton's goal, was to get me where I didn't have family and friends and I had to rely on him. So when I got the phone call from the school, I was completely shocked because I was like we all went to bed at the same time last night in the house, and he was supposedly going to work, but apparently he left but didn't go to work because he came back and took the boys from school. And I don't know.
Did you feel at other times as though there was an attempt to isolate or create a situation where you were dependent on him?
He was very jealous of any relationship that I had with, whether it was my parents, my siblings.
I'm an ER nurse. I prepped hundreds of patients for shoulder surgery. I know the failure.
My children, my daughters, my sons, friends. And I find out after the fact the whole cafe mom thing. He was very jealous of that. He had gone through a divorce with his first wife, and she came and got custody of his daughter. And so he lost his daughter, and I never wanted to have that be something between us, but I think that I don't even know where his mind was or what. It's like he became somebody different overnight.
Was there ever any other time that he had done something sort of just rash and impulsive that you couldn't necessarily explain?
Not really that I can think of. He liked to drink and binge drink, and then he was, I don't even know how to explain it. In looking back, he was all about himself, and it was his needs and wants before anybody else's, and just he was on the road a lot with the truck. So a lot of times I felt like I was a single mom anyways, because he was gone for days at a time. So the boys and I had a routine. And then he would come home and things would be good for a couple days when he was home. And then I don't know if it was insecurities but for the most part, we went camping. The boys played soccer. We always outside playing. He was building a treehouse in the backyard for the boys and kind of starting to teach them about building and making cuts and using a hammer and then it was like one day this switch flipped and just became somebody that none of us recognized.
Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Any questions based on my questions, counselors?
No.
No, thank you. Any other questions? No, thank you so much for your testimony. All right, Mr. Castleberry.
All right, perfect time to take a break. The mother done testifying. What did you think?
She's a bit of an enigma.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We were both talking about the lack of emotion there. She has a background that suggests maybe there was some, his claims might not have been based out of thin air. So I don't know.
Yeah, right. But she was pretty detailed in exactly what she says happened and never seeing her boys again. We need to take a break. When we return, we're going to wrap up the Skelton Brothers probate court hearing. So stay here with us on your front row seat to justice.
I don't wear foundation anymore. I wear.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. If you haven't double tapped your screen yet, will you do that for me? We are done with that part of it. Oh, that's the Jeffrey Dahmer one. Whew. Good Lord. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Hello. Hi, Amanda. Good to see you guys. Thank you guys. Now you guys, I pulled up, where the judge declares them dead. So I think that's what we'll watch next. This case is just something that was stumbled upon. Y'all, I've never heard of this case. It is now 17 years old, and the boys have never been found. Let me just, I know there's plenty of people up in the bushes. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. Come on down and have a chat with us. Listen, I'm going to give you just a rundown really quick of what's happened so far, what we know. So the woman that you just saw on the stand, that was the mother of the three boys, the Skelton boys that went missing back in 2010. They were spending what was supposed to be Thanksgiving with their father. It was his visitation time, and they were due to be returned to their mother at 3 o'clock on Black Friday, the next day after Thanksgiving. Obviously, they didn't show. He wasn't answering any of her calls, so she went over to her house, and he was not there, so she calls the police. Smart thing to do. Listen, the Michigan police, I got to give it up to them because they handled it right, even though here we are 17 years later and the boys still haven't been found. They still put an Amber Alert right away. The FBI came in right away. The state police came right in. Different police stations around the jurisdiction came in. They did searches, community searches, arm in arm type searches to find these boys. They did not find the boys. The father, so the boys were, quote unquote, went missing on the 26th because that's when they were not returned to their mother. Their father was arrested on November the 30th and charged with false imprisonment and abduction. He gave several different excuses to where his children were at, finally settling on one that sounded good, and this is it. That he gave his children to an underground group that would keep them safe from their mother, because their mother is a registered sex offender, and she is in the state of Michigan, well, all over the U.S. now. for having some kind of relations with a 14-year-old when she was 34 before she even gave birth to birth to these three boys that are now dead, and before she ever met their father, John. So he was using that as an excuse that he gave his children to an underground group that were going to keep them safe away from their mother, who was abusing them the same way that she abused that 14-year-old before they were even born. And so there's that. So then he gets arrested. That's the story he sticks to after a couple wild goose chases he sent them on. And he was convicted and sentenced to 10 to 15 years imprisonment. So can you imagine? He's thinking, oh shit, I got away with it. I didn't get charged with murder. I'll be out of here. It's the lesser of the two evils, just to say that he got rid of his kids. That's what I believe his stupid ass mind was thinking. And then he was supposed to be getting out of prison last year around the fall. He was finishing up his sentence. He was going to be done. Well, in March of 2025, that is when his ex-wife, the mother of the children, decided to go to the courts and have her boys declared dead. I don't know if that was designed by the police or what. Her excuse is that she wants her boys deserve death certificates, and that I guess she's got a memorial for them and she wants dates to be put on that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so she went to court in March last year to have them declared dead. The judge did declare them dead. And right before the father, John Skelton, was released from prison, he was charged with 3 counts of open murder. Now, I explained already what that was. I'm trying to keep it down to a minimum. I know I talk a lot, but I'm just trying to explain. It's basically where the prosecution cannot decide what kind of murder to claim. So basically, you're leaving it up to a jury to decide whether they are going to convict him of first degree, second degree, or manslaughter. And each of those come with a different sentence. So he's never going to get out. He's being held on a $60 million bond. He will never get out. Listen, he's shady as hell. His family is shady as hell. I think his ex-wife is shady as hell. We have caught so many inconsistencies just in her story, and she's nothing but a criminal, low-life piece of shit herself. And in case you are new around here, I call it as I see it. That's just the way that I am. So she's a low-life piece of shit too that should have never had custody of her children, because she's a registered sex offender before they were even born. So there's that. So now he has a court hearing on May the 11th, and I will be there. I will be live during that time. I need to make sure that there will be cameras in the court, but even if they're not, we'll be watching that court TV and we'll get all the information that we need from there. You guys, he's going to have to go back. He's going to have to go to trial now. He's going to be tried for 3 counts of open murder, 3 counts of open murder, and what is the other thing? Forget it. It just left me, you guys. Obstructing of justice, because he won't tell them anything. He gave them just these runaround kind of things, and then finally settled on this one right here. Now, from what we've heard, you guys may hear different. We'll hear different at the court when they go to trial over this. From just what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like he killed the boys and took them to Ohio, or he took them to Ohio, killed the boys, left them there, and went back to Michigan. That's just what I'm thinking happened. So that's where we're at. We're going to go right back into the courtroom, you guys. And we're going to listen to the judge give down her ruling that we already know what it is. but it's just nice to hear it from a judge and also what else she has to say about this. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do me a favor, double tap your screen or find the thumbs up for me and do that. That's all I ever ask of this channel. All right, let's go back into court. Let's listen to what the judge has to say. Here I am talking, and did you guys not hear that? Ah, shit on a biscuit. Oh no, did you guys, hey, can you guys hear me now? Did you guys not hear that? Oh, son of a biscuit eater. Do you guys want me to play it again? It's just a few minutes. We don't have to listen. Hi Tina, good to see you. You guys, I was over on the other. Let me pull it back up because it's important you guys hear this. It's really important. I'm gonna redo it. I don't know why or what happened there because I heard it clear as day. Let me re-pull it up and then I'll stay over here so I could see if you guys can see it. Give me just a second. All right, watch your ears. Hopefully it's going to come through. This is only a 4-minute, 40-second video, you guys. But it's important that you guys hear it. Hold on.
Nearly 15 years after their disappearance,
Let me know if you guys can hear it, please.
In the case of the Skelton brothers, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner. Probate judge Catherine Sala has just issued her ruling.
Can you hear
the
that?
petition to declare the missing brothers legally dead has been granted.
Hi, Whisper.
The brothers were last seen on Thanksgiving in 2010 and were with their father,
Okay,
John
great.
Skelton. Let's take a listen together to the particulars of the judge's ruling.
This is a case of terrible and long-standing impact on the community of Lenawee. No condolences will ever be enough for such losses suffered. These proceedings offer an opportunity to recognize the disappearance and death of these three brothers, but leaves many more questions unanswered. Such a voluminous amount of work by law enforcement will never be fully recognized or credited rightly, especially when such a loss still remains unresolved. Thank you. Alexander William Skelton, Andrew Ryan Skelton, and Tanner Lucas Skelton have been missing since November 26, 2010. Given their undisputed disappearance for over 14 years, the statutory presumption of death applies. The presentation of evidence, however, does not present clear and convincing evidence that John Skelton murdered these children. The information provided at this trial provides ample opportunity for speculation and theories, but to make such a finding, the court would only be joining those voices offering such speculation and theory, given the lack of information. The impact of this ruling is not lost on this court, for it is also a part of this community. But the court must follow the law, and to ignore it in this case risks the very structures upon which our system of justice is built. Thus, it is with the gravest of condolences that it is ordered Alexander William Skelton, Andrew Ryan Skelton, and Tanner Lucas Skelton are presumed to be deceased as of November 26, 2015, in accordance with MCL 700.1208, subsection 2. Questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your time, efforts in this case. I will issue the order today to this effect, and that will effectively close the matter in all three files. Course of recess.
Okay, so here's what we have here. We have a declaration from this probate court to declare the missing Skelton brothers, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, legally dead. So the court is firm on that declaration. From this day forward, everyone can operate under the assumption that they are, in fact, deceased because they are missing for so long. But in terms of what else this petition contained, the court made it clear she's not going that far. This mother's petition was asking the court to make a declaration that the boys were murdered by their dad. And you heard the judge, there just wasn't enough evidence to say that. So the judge granted the order in part, and technically she denied it in part. She denied the part where they were asking her to go the extra mile and make that finding that their father murdered them. So certainly this was an expected ruling with respect to that portion of it. Why? Because we never had a criminal prosecution, right? There isn't even enough evidence to charge dad. So no one should be stunned that the judge denied that portion of the petition, but the main portion, the portion that counts, the judge granted. So moving forward, Alexander, Andrew, and Tanner Skelton are legally deceased. We'll see if any charges will be brought against anyone for their deaths.
All right, y'all. So there's that part. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. Will you guys hit the thumbs up for me, double tap your screen. Let's see, Tina is new here. Whisper, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm gonna play one more. You guys were almost 3/4 of the way there to get my 100 thumbs up. That's all I ever try to do when I go live, is just, especially doing long lives like this, I try to get 100 thumbs up. I just believe that the people that want to hang out with me, by the thumbs up, they'll find me. Maybe the algorithm will push me out more, and the people that want to hang out here will find their way here through that. So that's all I ever ask. And the other thing I wanted to say was, you guys see some ads being played, and I'm trying to get through them and hurry up and skip them. Just so you guys know, I never, ever, ever monetize anything like this that I do. Even if they're old cases, new cases, whatever, I don't monetize them. I don't believe in making money off of other people's tragedies. I just don't. I don't like it. All right, so this is what we're going to do now. When that ended, we see that the boys are just then have been declared dead. The judge had a hard time getting through that one. My question is to you guys, just to think over this, is you know, the judge said they wanted the judge to not only say that the boys were dead, but they also wanted to say, yes, their father killed them, because that would have stopped. I mean, he would not have been gone back to trial. He would have been found guilty of their murders. But the judge herself said she did not see enough evidence that their father is the one who actually murdered them. So she wasn't going to go that far, but she did declare the boys dead. So what I want to do now is play the part where now he's being charged with the three murders. So let's do that. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate that. Can't believe I forgot to share the screen, but you know, it is what it is. All right. Yeah, let's do this one. Watch your ears, guys.
Tonight, we speak with a friend of the victims. But first, 3 little boys vanished from a quiet Michigan town, leaving behind one of the most haunting mysteries in modern true crime. On Thanksgiving 2010, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner Skelton, just 9, 7, and 5 years old, were last seen in the care of their father, John Skelton. He claimed he gave them to an underground group to keep them safe from their mother, a story that investigators quickly dismissed. What followed was a massive search across fields, rivers, and abandoned structures, but not a single trace of the brothers was ever found. Detectives now believe the boys have been killed, and prosecutors agree and have finally charged John Skelton with their murders. Tonight, all the latest in this case.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments, and it's been a long time coming. We've been covering this story since the relaunch of this network, so it's been more than half a decade that we've been looking at this case, and finally we've got something to talk about tonight. Let's go back. These three boys we're talking about, the Skelton boys, were just 5, 7, and 9. Think about what that house would be like, or what any house would be like, filled with three wild brothers, just 2 years separating all of them, and all the fun and energy that they would bring. It's like, if you get married and you want to start a family and you think about what's it going to be like, what's it going to be like? I think a lot of people think of that, right? You start a family, you got these kids, and it's just like things are happening, and it's so much fun, and there's so much joy. Yeah, it's difficult at times, but at the end of the day, look at these three guys. Look at these three guys. And in this case, we're talking about something happening right around this time of year, Thanksgiving, just before Christmas, that they went missing. Now, a big piece of evidence, I believe, in this case is the state of the house, their father's house. Disarray, complete disarray. Like things were turned over. It looked like something had happened there. That's the way it's been described. And if you think about the allegations here, that this man took the lives of his three children, 5, 7, and 9, at age 5, at age 7, at age 9, you can run, you can try to get away, you can attempt to defend yourself or your brothers. So if you start going after them, there's going to be 2 more that are still, trying to either stop you or trying to save each other from you. And to me, that fits. If something happened in that house would be in disarray. Because after he left the house, he went on this mystery ride. And it's hundreds of miles. And there have been searches, but it's virtually impossible to be able to track exactly where he was or where he could have taken these children and where he could have disposed of the bodies. And the children have never been found. So that's not a piece of evidence they have. What they have is that he has custody of the children at this time. Is supposed to at some point turn them over, but he doesn't. And they're gone. And they've never been seen for 15 years. Now, he's been locked up for almost the entire time on other charges. And all along, we're wondering, well, when are they going to charge him? When are they going to charge him? When is he going to say something? Is he going to cut a deal? And nothing happened. He just has kept silent about it, much like, well, not 100% silent, not 100% silent, but he has not revealed exactly where the boys went or what he did with them or what happened. So that hasn't happened. There's been no admission by him. He denies all of it. So here we are. He's about to get released on these other charges. So the clock is ticking. And now prosecutors, because you only get one shot at it, right? They're going forward, and they have charged him with 3 counts of open murder, 3 counts of tampering with evidence. And there's going to be a trial. He's not admitting anything. Now, I said, kind of like Ashley Buzzard, right? Not really talking, but he has spoken. And as a matter of fact, he's spoken with a reporter from Scripps News, Tom Waite, who at that time was a WXYZ reporter. He spoke to him back in 2011, and this is after the Morenci police were investigating the disappearance of the 3 boys as a murders, homicide. This is no longer a missing persons case. This is a homicide case. So the reporter, Tom Waite, speaks with John Skelton on the phone. Take a listen.
Because people are saying they're making it a murder investigation does not mean
Why do you think they've switched this to a murder investigation? What do you think leads them to believe that your kids are dead?
There's nobody to collaborate, seeing them. There's no pictures of these people. We covered our tracks too well.
Seems pretty calm, right? There have been times where he's been calm. There's times where he's been arrogant through the years about all of this. It's really strange. It's really, really strange, his attitude all along in this case. So let's do this. Let's bring in our think tank and start talking about this case and these new allegations. Joining us, criminal defense attorney Josh Colesrud, along with former law enforcement officer and the host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King. Thank you both. Okay, missing persons case to a murder investigation early on. This goes back to 2011. And now here we are, Josh Colesrud. It's taken 15 years. I don't know if they have more evidence, but to me, it's more a matter of the clock is ticking and this guy who's been locked up on other charges is about to get out. And everybody kind of believes that he is responsible for all this.
Yeah, sometimes, and when I was a prosecutor, this happened too, that, you have to file charges and throw a Hail Mary because the victims deserve it. Because you have to ask yourselves, why didn't these charges come earlier? You didn't need to wait 15 years to have a judge declare that the boys were dead. Also, Vinny, I'm going to tell you straight. I don't like the open murder charge. It tells me that the prosecution isn't confident in the intent of the case. If they thought it was premeditated, they would have charged the defendant with first-degree murder. If it was heat of passion, they would have charged him with second-degree murder. And when they walk into a courtroom and they don't know really what their theory is, that's going to spell trouble. So for viewers that don't know, an open murder charge in Michigan means that the jury gets to decide what type of murder it is. Usually you see a prosecutor tell the jury. So it's the exact opposite. And I don't like that with cold cases.
Yeah. Claudia, the problem here has been they haven't found the boys. They haven't found the type of evidence that you would want to have. But the circumstances surrounding all this kind of point in one direction.
Exactly. And I think that's where common sense leads us. So earlier this year, there was a hearing where a judge was able to declare these three boys as dead. And I think that was a big step in this process. And he's about to get out of jail on these other charges that are related to the boys. And so I think, as Josh said, the prosecution knows that they have to move now. And so they're going to charge him, be able to keep him in jail. Here's the good news, though, if they can continue this investigation and get what they need. Since 2012, there have been about 660 no-body murder cases in the U.S. with an 86% success rate in finding them guilty of murder. So I'm very hopeful that the prosecution will be able to get justice for this family.
Now, in the middle of all of this is this breakup with his ex, with the mother of the three children. I want to take you back to July of 2011. There's a hearing regarding him and Tanya, his wife or ex-wife at the time. He's acting as his own attorney, so he's questioning his ex. Let's take a look.
How do you know that your husband knows where the kids are at? Has he voiced that he knows where the kids are, or has he always stated from day one that he has?
This is not your opportunity to testify. The question is, do you believe that your husband knows where the children are? Yes, I do.
Do you believe the children are safe?
No, because they're not with their parent.
All right, joining us now is entertainment host Holland Reed. Holland, great to see you. I always find it awkward when someone uses themselves in the third person. I mean, that's what we just saw there. He's talking about, he's cross-examining his ex, and he's referring to himself as your husband. Kind of strange. This is a strange guy.
I hate the word narcissist in today's society because it's overused, but if this is not the definition of narcissism, then what is? The audacity that he has to not only produce closure for this family. I mean, this is coming down to, it's an ambiguous loss. They don't have closure. No one has closure. And he has the audacity to cross-examine. It makes no sense to me. And I can only hope that even with no bodies being produced, that there's something that comes of this. This is community anguish at this point. It's been 15 years and people want closure and they want to find out or figure out what happened to these boys. And the audacity is what takes me out more than anything.
So let's take a look at this from the Detroit Free Press. Skelton has offered conflicting accounts, claiming he gave his sons to an underground group to protect them from alleged abuse by their mother. Now, the mother does have a conviction and had an issue involving, I believe, an underage young boy. So that's that. I think that's where that comes from. I think that's where he has brought that up in the past. Here's another one of his claims, that he'd given them to a woman named Joanne Taylor, and separately that he'd sent them to live with an Amish family. None of those stories were ever substantiated. Josh Colesrud, do you think at the trial we're going to hear about alleged abuse by the mother, or Joanne Taylor, or the Amish?
I think all of the above, and I also don't think that this is a case where we don't know who did it. I mean, I think we all can say that we know the father murdered his sons. The question is, can the prosecution prove it? And that's an entirely different question. And yes, he will bring up that the mother has a sexual child molestation charge and conviction in 1998, and that he was protecting his children. But there's so many unanswered questions that he doesn't have a valid answer for. He was with his children the night that they disappeared. He had the sole possession of them. In fact, he went to prison for not returning his children. And the prosecution is going to be able to bring in all of the facts of the unlawful imprisonment conviction. And if he takes the witness stand, they're going to be able to bring up through Rule 609 the prior itself. So, it's the one thing that I was thinking about, Vinny, is this. Because the unlawful imprisonment is really part of the murder, right? It's part of the entire context, it's res geste and all that. If he gets convicted, does the judge have to give him concurrent terms with the unlawful imprisonment because it's part of the same time frame? I don't know about that, but I think that the judge might have to do that.
Give him credit for the 15 years.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Let me ask you, Claudia. These excuses, these stories that he has, Joanne Taylor, the Amish, got to protect her, I'm doing all this. He's actually said that. Like he's told people these stories. And from the way he just kind of, the way he is, what Holland was talking about, the way he is, I could see him talking about this again and believing he can convince people that there's an Amish family that is raising them. And maybe the Amish family couldn't contact anyone and the kids never saw that they were missing on the internet because they're with an Amish family and they don't use any of that stuff.
I agree with you. And where I see the stumbling block at this point is that all these boys, if they were alive, would be adults now. So I guess technically if they were raised Amish and decided to stay Amish, they still wouldn't know that they were missing. But any other case, they're adults, they would see this, they would see that their amazing, loving father was being charged with murder. And how could that be? Because they're alive. forward and say, no, here we are. And since that has not happened, I think, again, what Josh said, we all know what happened. We know who did it. But yeah, he's definitely going to bring up all these excuses, if for no other reason than he wants to hear himself talk. And we've seen that time and time again with defendants just like him.
All right. Think Tank staying with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about this case out of California. 4 sorority sisters all killed at once, run over by this car that is going at an extraordinary speed around Dead Man's Curve out in California. We'll talk about that, plus coming up next hour.
Tonight on Betty Politan Investigates.
Well, there you have it, you guys. That is where we're at in the whole new case. It's crazy. Anyways, they were alive for a while, but it spun out of control. That's what we need. Serious tech, monitor everything from it. Okay, well, there's only one problem with that. They couldn't have been alive for a while because they were reported missing, quote unquote, on the 26th of November, 2010, and their father, their papa, their, the one man they were supposed to be able to trust in life, was arrested 4 days later. So I'm sure if he had them stashed somewhere so he could go back, they would have already been found, because he got arrested. So that's my take on it. Hi, Christina. Good to see you, Love Bug. Thank you for coming in. One channel that I'm truly grateful for finding. Oh, that's so sweet. Marina, you're so kind. Thank you so much. Definitely died within a month of being missing. I'm not familiar with the timeline. When was he arrested? When were they missing? 26th, and he was arrested 4 days later. So yeah, they would have already found his body. I mean, I have to say this is probably one of the best cases I ever have seen be. That's why I don't think the boys are in Michigan. I think they were taken over the border into Ohio because, I mean, this went fast. They were reported missing to the police within an hour or two of when they were supposed to be returned to their mother. And they did an Amber Alert right away. The FBI came in, the state police came in, the local police department and a bunch of police departments around the area came in. They did community searches, elbow to elbow. I mean, they did this search for the boys. Perfect. Sheriff Nanos. Oh, did I say that out loud? But anyways, yeah. So there was a time where before the I forget. It was either the 24th or the 25th that he actually started heading towards the Ohio border, turned off his phone for about 2 hours, turned it back on as soon as he got back into the city where he lives. So that's what I think happened. I think he killed him. It's a control thing. And then he had to make up a story. He made up a couple of them, and he stuck with the one where he actually gave his boys away to the underground because he figured out, look, if I come up with something like that, then I'll do 20 years in prison and then I'll be out. I'm still young enough to enjoy my life. But if I admit to killing the boys, then that's life. I don't know if Michigan has the death penalty. So that's what he thought. And that's what would have happened. If they would not have declared the boys dead, they would have never been able to charge him with murder. I believe he completely did this. I think his parents, especially his mother, looks highly suspicious. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if that trash at least doesn't know. And listen, the mother in all of this is no saint either. I don't like that dumb bitch either. I mean, she's a registered sex offender before she even gave birth to these three boys. So there's that. There's just so many missing components to this, but at the same time, I feel like I'm in a honeycomb. I feel like, you turn the corner and damn, you got to climb through another little hole to get in, because I've never seen a whole family, mommy, daddy, sister, nieces, cousins, all sticking up for one baby boy named John Skelton. I mean, his own mother was crying and saying, they were treating him so bad. They took his clothes. I had to go see him in prison. Not once did she say, my babies, my grandbabies are gone. And y'all, I'm telling you, I would grab my son and be slapping him against that wall. I would find out where my babies were. You hear me? You hear me? It would be their life or mine. I would find out where them babies are. Who would have been out sooner according to Michigan law? Right. Yeah. He was due to get out last year. It shows 100 watch and 77 likes. I've given up on the likes. Given up. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't matter. He was locked up too long. He had no respect for authority, so he just played it as if he'd be let out and take one of his mysteries of his own. He's definitely, yeah, well, you know what? Here's the deal. He's never going to admit to it. And this is going to be a circumstantial case with them. I mean, listen, if you really just gave your kids up to an underground organization to keep them safe from their mother, why would you come up with other lies before that? Why wouldn't you just say that? It makes no sense. A liar is a liar is a liar. And he stuck with the one that he thought he could make stick. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't think he's ever going to give up where the remains are, because as long as he hangs on to that little secret, he has all the control, and it sucks ass. Just like Brian Koberger, they should have, in order to accept his plea deal that he wanted, I would have made that little fucker give up exactly where the knife was and where his clothes were. But they didn't do it. Anyways, I could get on to a whole bunch of cases where I'm sitting shitty still, but I won't do that. But what I will do is close this one out for the night. And thank you all so much for being here. Once again, hanging out with me. Look, there's many places I know y'all could be that are probably far more interesting and fun, and you don't have to hear anybody cussing, because I can't help it. I get passionate and it just comes out. I can't help it. But even if you chose just to be with me for 10, 15 minutes, it means a whole lot to me, and I appreciate you. All right, you guys, a court date is on May the 11th. He has a court date. I will be right here for that. If you want to join me, I'll try to remember to put up a community post. Make sure your bells are turned on so I can ring-a-ding-ding those and remind you to come in and hang out, or at least say hi. What is today? I'll probably be back tonight. But this case, you guys, we've covered the whole thing until we get to court on May the 11th. That's where we're going. May the 11th, we'll be in court with this dude. So I'll have something later on for you guys tonight, whether we're watching the Ship Business, not the Ship Business, we did that too already, whether we're watching the Letitia Stout trial, but I'm trying to wait until something interesting drops out of the courts to let us know what is the next step in her appeals. So before we get back into that one, but I'll have something later on for you guys tonight. I appreciate you guys being here. I thank you so much for being here. It means a whole lot. And I'll see you on the next one. Y'all be good or be good at it. Bye.